started. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, and our subjects today is October the 12th, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar and 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices and Ego Sum, Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American Empire State for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are the government at fact as well. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living Creditor, United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, titled beneficiaries, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are at peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the one true God nation, are not at war, and we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, non-pro-tunc. Now, the principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order, erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, governments, and subjects at earth. For this, we're grateful. So one of the first things that we want to show you, Moors, Islam, and that's fine. In the chat, they're saying that the frame is frozen. We'll just use the other one as the main frame. And we're going to do some sharing as well right now. We're going to share our screen so that you can see documentation on the screen as well. So I'm going to put some links in the chat so that you all can see some of the things that have been placed on the public record. As you all know, when we first began to actively reactivate everything and restore the government, the true government at earth, we put quite a few documents on the public record, a lot of them. And so we want to give you some of them. What I did was I just Googled Moorish Sovereign Delarium or Moorish National Republic Federal Government or Moorish government. I just Google every now and then, or go to some of the different browsers and just Google just to see what's coming up, because it changes. As you know, the more we continue to stand and govern, a lot of the information that we placed on the public record is starting to show up everywhere. At all the places that we're doing business as cities, at all the places that are doing business as states, our documentation is showing up on the record. And so it gives us an opportunity to look and see what documentation is on the record, what is it saying, who's putting it there. And of course, it's always Moors, but there are some instances where subjects are putting the documentation on the public record as well, stating that they are subjects to us. So, and that's assisting them in the things that they're doing with regard to property and things of that nature, and with regard to imprisonment and jails and things of that nature. So one of the first items, and I'll just put this in the chat so that you can see it. It's taken a little bit longer on the record to come up on the screen, but I think it's a pretty lengthy document. The link to it is in the chat. And I'm pretty sure this link is the link that you're looking at. Am I still frozen there in the chat? Is what you're seeing on the screen still frozen? Okay, that's fine. As long as you can see the documents that we're putting on the screen, that's our main concern. So this is something. It's Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, and they put it in capitis diminutio minima. But this is a document that came up where someone had put Moorish documentation on the public record, and we're grateful that they've placed it on the record. This is from August 21st, 2019. And again, this is just something that came up as we were Googling and just seeing what's out there. A trust document came up, and I know it's probably not as clear, and that's okay. The part that we wanted you to see is the things that came up that we placed on the public record a while ago. Here at Washington Territory, we placed a universal mining claim affidavit on the public record. That universal mining claim regarding rare earth minerals and natural noble metals and things of that nature, the mining claim was filed and recorded first by our court and then by Pierce County. And this credit instrument is unlimited in ancestral, current, and future living noble natural rare earth mineral value. The unlimited value of this credit instrument is based on the value of the rare earth elements, chemicals, minerals, supreme spiritum, consciousness cells, and rare deoxyribonucleic acid composition of the creators that is found only in Moorish American nationals and can only be created by the Moorish American nationals. So this was something we did way back in 2019, placing a rare earth mining claim, and it's for all of Earth on the public record. And then there was a timeline here, and this is the part that as we're looking back on the claims that we've placed on the public record where at some point the claim then moves to the stage of custody and possession, and then it moves to the level of use and enjoyment for our vast estate. This is a timeline of things that we've done. We've declared and proclaimed with one voice our universal sovereignty over our vast estate in the ancient Moorish American Al-Moroccan Empire, which is all of earth. It's every place that we are and that we've been. We activated, number 2, activated the Moorish American Consulate as commissioned by the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. The recording date of said commissioning is May 18, 2018. We notified all doing business as de facto governors, President of the United States, Attorneys General, U.S. Secretary of States, many administrative clerks, and that actually means all, clerks of court, etc., and those doing business under any foreign British titles of our existence. And we re-energize the ancient, current, and continuous de jure and, in fact, original indigenous, sovereign, divine, natural Moorish National Republic federal government. The said governance of the people, by the people, and for the people continues to stand. The signatures for all that we have done, there are millions of signatures on the public record at this point, from this time, 2019 and on, and even actually starting in 2017 when we began the work. Many of the signatures that are on the public record are by the government at fact, which is all of us. The said governance, the signatures have been placed on the public record and will continue to be placed on the public record into perpetuity. So as we're putting documentation on the public record by way of our Article 3 courts, just know that there's a continuous record that's happening. Okay. Number 5, we activated the ancient, original, indigenous, sovereign, supreme judiciary, which is all of us, of the de jure Moorish American Consulate and the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. When we say de jure, that means that at law, we've always been the government, always been the government. Now, at fact, because we've been governing the whole time, we are factually and at fact the government. Number 6, activated the national trust of the people who are the ancient, de jure, original, indigenous, sovereign, natural, divine, Moorish National Republic federal government. That had to happen first before we could bring anyone else in. And since that time, of course, subjects are here, and those that are here on our land are here because we did what we were supposed to do. Said trust has been placed on the public record at numerous locations all over our land. The de jure Moorish National Republic, number 7, federal government, by way of the Moorish American Consulate, issues national identification cards, subject status documents, conveyance tags, gold-backed credit instruments, trust instruments, laws and things, statutes, codes. We issue all of that by way of the federal, the cities, the states, the counties that we have placed on the public record. The constitutions, the charters, all of that has already been placed on the public record, written by us. Number 8, we forgave all presumed past debts universally. So for where subjects are concerned, we've already forgiven all presumed past debts universally. That is the Jubilee that was being spoken of in the ancient texts and writings and Bibles and bibliotexts and Qurans and things of that nature, and those holy books, the Bhagavad Gita and all. All corporate debt includes all debt pledges, which are mortgages, all loans, student loans, auto loans, payday loans, or otherwise, all presumed bonds and or bail, all property tax, all commercial debts created by the fiat Federal Reserve debt system. All property at North America is under the authority and control of the people, who are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government and in the jurisdiction of our ancient and inherited ancestral estate, as all property is now backed by gold, precious metals, and rare earth minerals. And we've given you the numbers, the shipping numbers, where the gold that we ship to the Treasury, our Treasury, the ancient Treasury, not the fake, not that fake corporate thing from the last enactment and the last theater, not that one. We shipped it to our original indigenous Treasury that has always been at Ogden, Utah. Universal Affidavit of Fact, Universal Original Indigenous Sovereign Currency Controller. We've done all of that. Place those documents on the public record. Many of us have stated that, and we encourage all Moors to place an original indigenous sovereign currency controller affidavit on the public record on Moorish government letterhead. Number 10, set the price of gold at 50,000 dolarium per troy ounce. And remember, Moors, this was in 2019 that this document was put on the public record. And then our ancestors know what they're doing, because we then said, we kind of discussed it in Congress about what the price should be, and the ancestors already knew. And so we voted and said 50,000 dolarium per troy ounce for gold. And all the ancestors were doing was reaffirming what we've already stated. The price of the living rare earth metals and minerals that are the original indigenous sovereign Moorish American people is incalculable. It cannot be measured, so our value cannot be measured, and it's far above all else in the universe. See the rare earth metal document, which is part and parcel of this lawful affidavit. Number 11, we revived and we said here acts of the Universal Postal Union, but it's the law for the Universal Postal Union, and the 209 indigenous nations of the earth by written affidavit. And there on the screen is the registered mail number. That's RE 375454621, dated June 1st, 2019, affirmed received at Universal Postal Union, Berne, Switzerland, June 7, 2019 at 7:31 antemeridium. So this is further affirmation that proper notification and proper due process earthwide has been given. Said affidavit is also affirmed received at the United Nations Corporation at Vienna, Austria, for their notification that we are not under their authority, but we are sovereign and they are subject to us. So we've let all subjects know that we stand at our own offices. We sent that one by way of registered mail 375454635, dated June 1st, 2019, affirmed received June 11th, 2019 at 10:07 antemeridium, or AM is what some people call that. And so, just a moment. Someone put something in the chat that we did not put in the chat. So we're going to ask that you not, because it's probably something ignorant. Let me just make sure that we get rid of that. Just a moment. If they haven't left already, yeah, they're gone already. Islam. Now, you can use these numbers in your documentation that you place on the public record. What we're doing is connecting everything together now, because we've been working and working and working. And what we're doing now is putting everything together for proper claim, proper possession, proper custody, proper due process by way of our own courts. And then number 12 is important regarding everything that we've stated and everything that we've done thus far. We've repossessed all abandoned property on our land and placed it on the public record. The land was never abandoned, okay? It was not abandoned, but there have been enactments of abandonment and things of that nature. So we've repossessed all property that was previously presumed abandoned. Number 13, placed a tribute, credit, money of account in gold and silver in the universal trust for each sovereign indigenous nation of the earth. And each one of us is a nation, just so that we're all aware. But where the nations are concerned, we thought about them because they have been thinking about us the whole time. And so we made room for them because they are our brothers and sisters in our universal trust with an amount. The amount is to be determined upon meeting with each of the said nations and in congruence with the needs of the sovereign or indigenous people, governments, and nations. And not needs as in on their knees, but needs as in their will. Whatever it is that they will for their nation, we will determine and discuss that among each other, and then we will grant that to them. Number 14, we've placed a $100 million tribute, credit, money of account in gold and silver in the National Trust for each Moorish American national at North America, and this is at all the territories. So when we say North America, we mean the earth. Let me put it that way, because we do have Moors at all other places. And the Moors that are at the other territories, such as the UK, South America, Jamaica, French Guiana, any of the other Africa, any of the other lands, there is $100 million in the National Trust for you all as well. And here's our will. It is our will that those who are governing at those territories, that you open your own trust connected to ours and put $100 million for each one of the nationals in there as well, because you have the resources on the land to back that. You have the gold, the silver, the uranium, the titanium, the plutonium, all of that. You have all of that on your lands as well. So you can just do the same things that we've done and provide for the nationals first, and then we provide for everyone else. Said tribute has been placed in the trust of the Moorish American nationals and is tributed to the Moorish American people at the discretion of the Moorish National Republic federal government, which is all of us, and in alignment with proven command of sovereign universal commercial laws and principles. So in all we're stating is those that are competent to demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. And listen, we're not even the ones that are going to say, no, you can't do that. The system is in place for that to be stated. Said credit instrument has been placed on the public land records at Pierce County, Washington Territory on May the 7th, 2019, 3:26:02 p.m. Recording number 2019-0507-0653. Pages 25, 26, and 27 of 66 pages. Notification of said tribute, credit, money of account is affirmed received by U.S. Treasurer, and this is what we were calling her at the time. That is not who that is. She's not a treasurer. She was a subject in the office of treasurer, Jovita Carranza, by way of registered mail and there's the registered mail number 37545370 on April 26, 2009 at 11 Antimeridian. So what we're stating is that we have taken copious and detailed notes of everything that we've done, and it's all been placed on the public record. Now, I don't know who, I have not met the Moor who put this on the public record. I don't know who they are, but I know they are our brother and sister who put this on the public record. And then it says what the sovereign indigenous nations can do to assist the Moorish American Gold Standard activation. So they're assisting in their own recovery and saving. Notify all other indigenous nations and states of implementation of this process as pursuant to this document. And this is one that we wrote. We wrote this whole thing here. We wrote this document and we put it on the public record. We being the judiciary, that's still all of us. And we wrote it and sent everything out, put it on the public record so that everyone can use it. Number 2, maintain their sovereign national gold and silver-backed currencies if they have them. For those who do not have them, have their own national gold and silver-backed currencies, then said indigenous sovereign nations have equal universal sovereign commercial rights whereby they can receive gold and or gold-backed universal affidavits of credit directly from this de jure Moorish National Republic federal government, regardless of any past fiat, perceived and presumed fiat obligations, as all fiat obligations and all related fiat debts are forgiven. The said sovereign rights are considered currency as pursuant to this lawful document. So it's your rights that are actually the real currency. When we do Moorish sovereign dollarium and we print it, it's just a manifestation of the rights that we have inherited in our bloodline and birthright. All United States Corporation Company contracts were canceled and abolished, and that's by way of the debtor United States Corporation Company. By this de jure sovereign government, by lawful published affidavit in Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on August 3rd, 2018. Original affidavit of said lien has been provided to the Universal Postal Union by way of registered mail 375454621 dated June 1st, 2019. Affirm received at Universal Postal Union at our office, Berne, Switzerland, June 7, 2019 at 7:31 Antimeridian. Universal affidavits of credit. That's the equivalent of just a moment. Yeah, that's not. Thank you, Empress Camille. Thank you. You do know that that's not us in there doing that. Just a moment. Let me remove that. Yeah, that is not me. And we'll go ahead and lock the meeting as well while we're at it. So universal affidavits of credit from this government are universally exchangeable for gold and or gold-backed currency on demand with 30 days notice. So the nations at Earth who receive credit, universal affidavits for credit from us, those universal affidavits for credit allow and is allow the right word? Those universal affidavits are for credit support your national currency where exchanges with North America is concerned, or with all the other nations that are here, that are present, that hear this and that are present are concerned. Number 3, what we've done, provide all suggestions, processes, and opportunities for expansion in writing to this government for review and potential implementation. Restore and display. Oh, this is what other nations can do as well to assist in this continued global movement where the gold-backed nations and the gold nations are concerned. Restore and display all sovereign indigenous historical artifacts, stories, and monuments of coinage and commerce so that the generations and descendants can continue to grow in the awareness of the history of sovereign exchange systems, because we've always had them. We've always had them. Other things that the nations can do: inform all citizens of their immediate duty and responsibility to repatriate their allegiance to this sovereign indigenous Moorish American government and we said 30 pieces or 30 troy ounces of silver and 21 pieces or troy ounces of gold in order to receive national subject status, and identification documents that will allow them to remain on the land lawfully and in alignment with the supreme laws for the land. As you know, that was our responsibility, whereby we have been issuing for 1 gold coin, and we've been receiving silver for those who had silver as well, which we've accepted for proper identification of the subjects by way of our national driver's license process. And we will put a link to that video in the chat so that those who want more information about our national driver license, our federal rather, not national, but federal driver license program, can have that information so that you can be properly identified on the land. Okay. And we do issue them here. Just one moment. Let me pull that up really quickly. That video can be found at Light Tajiri Bay channel on YouTube. Just one moment. And I'm going to put that link, the link to that in the chat. Just one moment. Okay. You know, it is amazing how our ancestors have brought everything together. Just one moment. Okay, here is the, now I did put, just one moment, I did put that link in the chat. And we'll also put that link on under this video at Light Tajiri Bay on YouTube. And here's the thing: we would ask that you ensure that your attention is not governed by the fake stuff that comes into the chat and things of that nature. Govern your own energies and attention so that no one else is doing that for you. So we did go ahead and put that link in the chat. I'm just grateful and amazed that our ancestors have kept us on track with everything that we stated from the very beginning. We've placed so much on the public record, and the ancestors are keeping us right on track with the things that we've stated. We stated that the subjects should be properly identified, and right on time, the ancestors have reminded us of what we said and what we've done thus far. So The affirmation of allegiance is the affidavit that we've stated that all subjects place on the public record on a plain white piece of paper, and that piece of paper should be without spot or wrinkle or blemish or any such thing. And the subjects know what that means because they know what the Bible says about that. Their status. Said repatriation process shall take place at the de jure consulates, the allodial post offices, we stated that, or electronically with pre-arranged approval as sanctioned by the Supreme Judiciary of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. We have already put on the public record what that process looks like for the subjects, which is the affidavit of allegiance on the public record. And they can do that, publish it anywhere, and then just have proof that it's published. Just one moment. Just one moment. So, with that being stated, we'll finish reading the rest of that in just a moment. So, our ancestors know what they're doing with regard to the processes and things that we've put on the public record. This document we autographed and signed, and we had done this, placed it on the public record back in, let's see, what was the date of this that we put this on the, it was in 2019. And Moors all over began publishing it, publishing the proof that we know who we are. And then the more that put this on the public record, put some other documentation on the public record as well. That we had placed on the public record. We also put a document on the public record that we sent to the Universal Postal Union office, which is our office. And here is that document number, 7018-2290-0000-1227-4911. So again, proper notification has gone on the public record by this government for years. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. When we started putting these documents on the public record and our delegation for authority, which we've not delegated our authority to anyone but us, then there became preparation by the subjects to do what they did, what they enacted in the end of 2019. So when we started putting these things on the public record, they said we have to shut everything down because the Moors are speaking. And they're speaking competently. So we talked about names in all capital letters and things of that nature right here, as you can see on the screen. We talked about all of that. We talked about the gold standard. We talked about, and then where proof of service is concerned, Moors, just one moment. Just a moment. Where proof of service is concerned, listen, if you want more proof of service, we have that. And we're going to show that to you right now. So some of the proof of service that we did, and here, this is, again, a document that we put on the public record, and then the Moors began to tribute this all over, earthwide, actually. This document has, I believe, about 60 tracking numbers where we notified all of our offices, and they were all confirmed or affirmed received by our offices. So we'll just scroll down so that you can see, and you will notice those that were acting as states. You will see every last one of them presented that were notified. Those that were pretending to be provost marshal generals were notified. All of the actors were notified in 2018 and 2019. So no one can state that they did not know that sunset is hereby activated. And we'll just let you look at this. And Moors, you can use this information in your documentation. Just a moment. Can you all hear me? Okay. Okay, good. Great. All of this proof. And by the way, these numbers, these tracking numbers, where there is absolute proof of delivery, can be used. These are account numbers also. These are numbers that can be used by the Moors at any time. Just a moment. Islam. And if you'll notice, the zip codes are in brackets. Islam. New York territory, there were many that were done there. All of the actors there. That was important just for financial purposes. Alaska territory, that was important as well. So we did not leave anyone out. The actor that was previously acting as Postmaster General and Postmaster of the Philadelphia Post Office, etc. We notified everyone. And some received 2 and 3 and 4 notifications, depending on what we were stating. Canaan land was notified as well. The actors there. So as you can see, we kept copious records because we are known for great record keeping. Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Brunswick, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, Yukon, Quebec. And again, this is documentation that one of the Moors that from Khalifa territory has placed on the public record. And although we've not had the honor of meeting the Moor who put this on the public record, we do honor your work. We thank you and appreciate all that you've done. And this document was signed by myself, Justice Jamal Talib Abdullah Bey at Rhode Island Territory, and Co-Consular General Shalay Moore Bey. And this was done in 2018 on September 11th, where notification is concerned. So, and then our trust was placed on the public record as well. The Moor who put this at Khalifa territory put every document that we put on the record, they put it on the record. Oh, and at that time, we also put silver piece dollars with these documents on the public record. And then he even put our original allodial identifications with his documentation, which we honor that as well. So there has been much placed on the public record by the Moors. And then here we have also another set of documentations, and we've shown you this documentation, but we'll put the link in the chat as well, because everything is coming full circle now. Everything is coming full circle. Here is another link that we have placed in the chat. With that is proof of all that, not that one, this one here. Just a moment, let me put that out. Just a moment. Yes, you're going out of here. Out. Just a moment. Let us just make sure. So much of this can be used, but let's take a look here also at this other document. Let's see. Where our liens have gone on the public record. And again, where the public record is concerned, it is important that as we continue to govern, that we know that our documentation is the court, that is our court speaking. And now that everything is coming full circle, we have reference points where we can point and say, yes, they were notified. Yes, this office was notified. Yes, that office was notified. Here you go. There's one of the links, and then the first link that we put is, just a moment, let us find that link. Whatever you do, Moors, do not let any foreign low vibrations govern your emotions, your feelings, and how the things that you say and do. Do not let those energies govern you. Just one moment. Because that's the only reason they do the stuff that they do, is they want to still govern you. There's the first link. You know what? And I'll say this about that. We're not at war. No, they're not going to get us all upset and have us aiming our energy at them. Nope. They don't get our energy like that. Our energy is for each other and for this work that we're doing. They're not aiming at us. They can't aim at us when we don't let them. That's like me saying that someone can bring me a bag of poop and that I have to take the bag of poop. No, I don't have to take that. We don't have to take it. We don't have to. We don't even have to acknowledge it. Now we talk about it because we want because we're speaking directly to each other about that. But our meetings continue. We keep kicking that rear end off our land, and they don't want to go. But it's already done. It's already a wrap. So now, as we look at this documentation that's been placed on the record, and there's so much more than this that's been placed on the record that is just amazing. No one can say, none of our offices can say that they didn't know that we're doing what we're doing, that we're governing, and that we are in command and control of our own vast estate. So with that being stated, the documentation that was put on the record here is hundreds of I think it's probably about 100 pages, and I didn't realize it was that much. But I think they uploaded it twice or something. No, not uploaded it twice. We sent a lot of stuff. Let me put it that way. And we sent the things by email, and they printed everything out as they should have and put it on the public record. And that includes our liens that were placed on the public record. So let's pull this up and take a look really quickly at the lien. Let's see. We put, just one moment. So these delivery documents showing that everything was properly, due process was taken regarding all of this. This is all court action proof. We hand delivered quite a few documents doing our duty. And so these numbers can be used by any Moors to state that notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. And just because they're here at Washington Territory does not mean that Alabama Territory wasn't notified. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. So and then we did a master land use affidavit and sent that to the subjects. So now what you're seeing happen along the way, Moors, is that those that were previously claiming to be King County and all of that, they've had to remove the acting from the record. Their acting is removed from the record. So with that being stated, we wanted to just take the time. There was also a video that I came across of an empress at Tennessee Territory. And if you've not seen this video, go ahead and take a look at it. the video basically is where she put some documentation on the record. She did a lien on a property, and this is important. She did a lien on a property, and they were trying to the actors were enacting trying to sell this property. It was 40,000 square feet. 40,000 square feet. Very beautiful property, by the way. And an empress put a lien on the property, and it stopped the sale. And they actually admitted that on the news, quote unquote, that her lien stopped the sale. And they couldn't do anything to it. So they looked through her documentation to find a loophole, and they found a loophole. And the loophole was that she attempted to file the document with their quote unquote recorder of deeds instead of filing it with her own court and then just notifying them. And when she did that, that gave them the loophole that they needed to try and, treat her as a citizen instead of as, the sovereign that she is. So I found it interesting that, again, people were stating that our liens don't work, but now they're admitting the truth that, yes, our liens do work. They do stop things from moving back and forth. And the more we continue to demonstrate our sovereign status in this manner, and again, that's why we say more is what we say about everything that we do. Restate everything. And then just notify. Don't send any fiat. Don't try to use any of their forms. Don't do any of that, and they won't be able to touch you. And they won't be able to move on trying to attempt to sell things and do commerce. Their commerce is stopped when we lien, and they admitted that in that video. Of course, they enacted placing the empress in a POW camp for what she did, but they couldn't keep her. They can't keep her. And they knew that because they know that she is who she is. So our job, our duty, our responsibility is to continue to stop and terminate any actions by fraud. We've done a great job of that, by the way. That's what that whole quote-unquote COVID thing was about, is they knew that the Moors are speaking, we have to stop. We have to stop. We have to stop everything and hear what they're saying. And then what they're doing is showing the areas where improvement and not improvement, but competence by us is an opportunity. So we are not afraid of anything or anyone because this is our land. We know that. And so we're going to continue to demonstrate. Now, we record our own liens and then send a notification copy to our subjects in the office of our system. And again, that was the place where they are attempting to hold her. That's where they were attempting to hold her, is that she attempted to file the lien with them. And you can't file it with them because they're not real. They know they're not real. Okay. With that being stated, we're going to be putting our information that we have and that we know to work for us. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom before we move any further into what we're doing? Any questions? Islam, Empress.
I would like to move forward with the process. However, I, again, am struggling with trying to recover from this traumatic brain injury, which is actually going pretty well. It gets daunting at times, but I know somehow that there is a conflict of interest with accepting that, I guess, benefit.
No, it's not.
No?
No, it's not. No.
Okay.
The benefit is yours. You're the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary.
So how would I, so do I, in the grand scheme of this, like the initial process, you know, moving forward with declaration and things, and then, sorry.
Declaration of what, your status?
Yes.
A name change and judicial proclamation document.
Mommy said she wanted to go home.
Are you familiar with the declaration, the name change and judicial proclamation?
I've gone over a few different ones a while ago, again, but my short-term memory is something that we're working on, actually next procedure. So I'm hoping, I have all of my stuff just kind of in a pile waiting until I'm able to retain it once and for all. But I'm getting there slowly.
Okay, so let me just ask you a quick question.
Okay, what did she say? What did your mom say? What did you say? What did you say? Take them to what?
Go to our house.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Empress, regarding you.
Okay.
What is your nationality?
I'm Moor.
Okay. Then you've proclaimed your nationality.
Sweet.
It's done. Now you can move forward.
So, sorry, not to interject, but my confusion comes in with how to apply my chosen appellation and what to do with the all caps.
Okay. So you must create a new all caps for you. You must create a new all caps. And when we say new, it's new because you created it, but you can use the same sovereign born appellation that your mother with her sovereign self uttered. So at my birth, my mother named me, she didn't name me, she appellationed me Pauline Denise Ritchie. But someone took the sounds and put them in different lettering and in a different jurisdiction. So all I did was lean their ability to do that and then take and state that the Pauline Ritchie that we talk about is who I am. Okay? And then I don't allow anyone else's paperwork to say anything about Pauline Denise Ritchie. I always restate everything. And when I restate it, it's going to automatically make me the beneficiary, the entitled heir. It's going to make, it's because, and again, it doesn't make me, it just manifests that. So anyone sending anything about Pauline Denise Ritchie already knows that they're not talking about me and that we're going to restate whatever it is. So that is how we apply the all caps, and that's how we deal with anything that has to do with us, is we restate it, we rewrite everything and put the proper language on it. That's how we use it. So if someone sends something like a war rant, well, I'll just use that, or a mortgage, I'll use that as an example. Then we restate those documents to state that we are the law, we are the government, and we use our systems to state that and our courts to state that. That's how you use the all caps. That's how you use it. Any benefits that you're getting, for example, I served in the Air Force back in the 90s. So once I retired from there, and it was the way that I retired there was a claim that came with that. I just restated all of that, and I leaned Pauline Denise Ritchie, the one they created. I leaned that one, so no one can talk about me but me. And then I put the new Pauline Denise Ritchie as the beneficiary in place to receive those benefits. That's according to Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17 and 18, that talk about replacing the person. If the wrong person is there, put the right person there. And the right person can be placed there by a like fiduciary. So I'm not trying to represent anything dead. I created Pauline Denise Ritchie the way my mother said and the way she stated it. Because had my mother known what we know, she automatically would have stated it the way that we put it.
Can you repeat that? Civil Rule Procedure Title, blah, blah, blah.
Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17 and 18.
Islam.
Islam.
My second dilemma is because of the demonstrations that I have been doing prior to nationality concerning justice for, state corruption, etc. It's got me like on their radar pretty bad here. And what they do now, as opposed to just like locking me up for little stuff, is it's been, I feel like they're creating a file of violence to justify, running up on me with guns or however they choose to treat me in public. I just kind of started going along with it because of this last demonstration that I did, where I had my notice and things posted and was trying to move forward with the process. They stopped the mail, sent it back and forth for about a month, claimed they didn't get it. I called the Postmaster General. Finally, the mail was returned to me. I was being treated with direct energy weapons, went public about that, and didn't get but like 5 minutes into that until they ran up on me with their guns and stuff and threw me into one of their camps. I refused to identify as the all caps at that time or process. They proceeded to take my DNA and refused to move me if and until I acquiesced, which then at some point they put a judge on the phone, or what was supposed to be a judge. I didn't budge. I said I still wasn't doing it, and he's like, well, then we're going to isolate you. Anyway, I fought that for about 3 years, being tortured. I'm not going to get off into that. And I took the case. I'm not very happy about that. I don't do anything to get in trouble. I wanted to go see Taj on the 27th, and she's now saying that the one thing that they have is I have to pay fines, and that how did I hurt myself? I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point. Just to and without having them kidnapping me again and going through the isolated version of what they do on a daily basis.
Okay, so can someone who listened to what she said, someone who heard her speak, tell her and assist her with what the issue is? Someone who heard her speak just now.
Islam,
Empress.
The Empress is given the subjects titles when they should not be given a title. Islam.
There it is. You heard it. You heard it from someone other than myself. We all heard you give them a title. We all heard that. So one thing we're not going to do is baby anyone, because you're fully you're mature to govern your vast estate. So yes, and even look in the chat. They are in your courtroom, not the other way around. And let me just state that doing that pretending like they are who they say they are by just going along with them, that's not going to help you at all. Ooh, it's not going to help. They will treat you like trash if you do that, because they already know you're the court, you're the judge, you're the government, and they don't have authority over you. And here's the thing, Morris. One thing that they are not going to do is have us to use threat, duress, and coercion as an excuse. Nope. We are to be ourselves at all times, no matter what. And that's not something that we don't know about firsthand. Okay? You all know the several demonstrations that we have done. We're going to be ourselves peacefully, and the ancestors will do their job like they've always done. So, Empress,
Islam.
you're going to have to program yourself, and it can be done. Program yourself not to ever give them a title ever again. Ever give them a title. They're not judges. They're not police. They're not courts. They're none of that. They're actors, and you must tell them that.
Islam, not to interrupt, but you just reminded me the last sit down that we had, our engagement went pretty much as such. I'm not filling out a report form for what. I'm going to go see my grand sheik, and but I did ask her what I needed to do. I said, all of this, you guys know that is threat, coercion, duress. She said, am I threatening you right now? I said, absolutely. This whole thing is based on that. So she gave me the number to the financial department. I just didn't know what to do.
Okay, so do they have any finance in their financial department?
No.
So then you do know what to do. Stand and be yourself, right?
Yes.
And they don't have any help for you in that department. Islam, Empress.
I also continue to hear the Empress speaking from an inferior status. Islam.
Yes. And that is how you listen. Knowing what's coming out of your mouth is the law. Those people have to assault Moors if Moors give them titles. Let me just say that to everyone here right now, and so that we can put that on the record. It came out of my mouth, I'm telling you now. They must do as commanded. They're going to do as commanded. So I don't know any other way to put that without just being blunt and straight to the point. That's why we don't give them titles. And when we're most nervous and most, we know that when we're being tested, sometimes we get nervous and things of that nature. We still can't do it. We still can't give them titles.
Islam. One more thing, because I've worked with traumatic brain injury people in my previous, era. Know what you know and stand on it. Don't let them see you sweat, I guess that you could say like that. Because I'm promising you, they know more about you than they let on. So they know that, and they're gonna. If you think that you have a traumatic brain injury as a weakness, they'll play on it. So you can't give them any leverage or anything about that. You have to know who you are and stand on it. And your traumatic brain injury, we were all pronounced traumatic brain injury because we didn't know who we were. According to them, we were pretending to be somebody we're not. So that in and of itself is traumatic because we were pretending to be somebody we weren't.
Angel's got them dick-sucking lips, but
So,
she can't even bear conveyance.
None of
Go ahead.
So what I'm stating, the point is that be who you are. If anything else, stay that you're more, and state that you stand on your treaties. And if you can't remember anything else, state that you're a Moor and you have treaty rights and the obligations. And that's that. Stand on that part.
Islam, indeed. Now, I will say this about any injury. When we're demonstrating, our ancestors will bring all things to our remembrance. Because guess what? When I was doing a POW demonstration, I was nervous I was, things of that nature. But that's still no reason. That wasn't an excuse for me to capitulate. We have not a single excuse, no matter whether it's an injury, whether they're trying to say you're crazy and all of that. There's none of that is reason to capitulate. So as long as you stand, that's the one thing you have to remember, Empress. You don't have to remember anything else. Just stand on who you are. However you do that. That means demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. If your overstanding is, you're a Moor, just like you just said. Because, see, you remembered that. You remembered when I asked you, who are you? You said you're a Moor. Okay. The ancestors will honor that. They will honor that. Because in 2017, we didn't have the information brought to our remembrance that we have now. But we just demonstrated at the level of our overstanding at that time. And the ancestors said, okay, let's make sure that this continues. As long as we're demonstrating we're protected, we're safe, we're going to be safe anyway. Because, see, Empress, one thing I do know about what you've been through, you've been through a lot. And guess what? You're still here. You're still out here free, and you're still speaking to your nation. So what did they really do? What did they
kill all my friends and anyone I care about? They kill all of my friends and anyone I care about?
So that's not true, because you got all of your friends and we all care about you and we're here and we're not killed. So that's not true. It's not true. I have to put the truth where it is. That's where the truth is. So don't, and here's the thing. You just cast a spell that you need to pull back on, because and we're here to help you pull back on that spell.
Your delusions are pure fucking idiots. You're delusional idiots.
You hear that stuff right there? You hear that right there? That we can shut down and shut up real quick? You think we worried? No, we're not worried. But we're not going to turn right around and say the same thing he's saying about us. We're not going to do that. We're going to do what we just did and get our big old giant boot out and boot that butt out of here, like we just did. We're not at war with anybody. We're just going to we keep moving. We keep moving.
Gratitude. Duly noted. I'm going to work on that.
We're right here. Don't cast their spells for them, Empress. Do not do that, because we're going to rebut it too, but you got to rebut it for you. Yes, we're here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. This is our home. This is our land. We're going to be here. And as long as you're here, and you'll be here forever too, and we're here, you've got friends, you've got kin, you've got clan, you've got nation, state, and government standing and governing. So no worries about that part. My only concern for you, and I'll be very clear about my concern for you, and we just stated it, is the spells you cast on yourself.
Yes, well.
That's my only concern for you. Because I already know once your mouth says the truth about your eternal status, that no one else can do anything about that. No one can change that. No one can change your truth. So, and my concern for you, Empress, I'm sure it won't last long, because I can hear it in your spirit, that because you wouldn't be here if they really won. You would not be here at Congress if all the things that were enacted had actually moved you off your square. It didn't. You're right here with us.
Wow.
So for that, we're grateful. So we send you positive energy, because I know this myself just from my own experiences, that the ancestors will bring all things to our remembrance. They will give us the right words. In the ancient records, it's the ancestors said, open your mouth and we'll fill it. Just open it and start speaking and we'll fill it. That's in the ancient writings. With that being stated, are there any other questions and comments and wisdom? Because I have a couple of other things that we want to state and bring forth here really quickly. Islam.
I'll just hold off. I don't like really interrupting while you're in your flow. But I just want to say to the sister that stand strong. You have it in you from your mother's father's bloodline. You do have it in you.
Yeah.
Whatever fear you think you have, face it, meaning run to it. And when, the more you run to it, the more you're going to find out it was an illusion in your own self. Islam.
That'll preach.
Gratitude.
Islam.
Indeed. We affirm Islam nobility.
Islam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, nobility. Justice James.
Amen. Grace and peace to everyone in the room. For the sister, who's going through those motions with these people, see, their provost marshal, according to the treaty with them, once you are recognized, once you assert your status, their provost marshal, by their law, is supposed to put a bullet in their head because he is given a problem by them by causing or attempting to cause war. And as the sister stated, we are not at war with anyone. And if they're not following the rules of the treaty and attempting to break the great law of peace, the provost marshal has to put a bullet in their head. And that is by their law. One moment, please.
Islam. What we'll say about that is this: your documentation is what is a peace weapon, a peace instrument. Your documentation is, we know that firsthand. We know it from firsthand experience. The things that we state are we know from firsthand experience, and it didn't take any bullets actually for any of us for the demonstrations that we've done. It didn't take any bullets for them to back up. The fact that you're at this Congress says that they have to back up off you. Think about that. Think about that. Think about it. Our Papa said if we can just get you to think, you will free yourself. The fact that that we hear your beautiful voice states that you were triumphant. And for that, we're grateful. They had to back up off of you. Islam.
I also put my email in the chat. You can email me, and you give the proper notice to their superiors because they are their own government that we establish with them. For them.
Islam.
And you're going to give them the proper notice that they need to stay away from you and step off of you. Their superiors have to be notified. You see, you can never stop a racist cop or racist entity from approaching you because they want war. But as the sister stated, we are not at war. We practice the great law of peace through love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's all on the record through the Library of Congress, our Barbary treaties. So they must stay in their place. And if there's one who attempts to get out of line, then their superiors must be notified so that they know who and how to go after that one. Because they don't want war. They have to give notice of war if they want war, but they don't want war. and we are not at war. And even if to think that you are alone and attempting to cause a war, then as I stated, their provost marshal will handle that in full force and effect and give a great example of what not to do once notified, because that is their job. That is what they're supposed to do. That is the contract. That is the treaty that we have with this member nation.
Okay, let me if I may go ahead and just interrupt right there and interject, not interrupt, but interject.
Islam.
And ask you a question, Nobility. Have you rewritten the treaty and placed it on the public record with your signature on it?
I have not rewritten the treaty.
You need to do that because see, in order to be party to a treaty, your signature has to be on there somewhere, doesn't it?
Right.
Because no one represents us. So
yes, I'm part and parcel to the treaty, but I have not rewritten.
May we suggest strongly that you do that
Islam.
as soon as possible, because if you're speaking treaty, you must speak it from your own experience and not from something that, we can't speak about a treaty if we're not even party to it because we haven't signed it.
That's right.
So what we did, Nobility, because see, this will get rid of all the war right here. This will get rid of the war stuff. What we did is we rewrote the treaty and we took the war language out of it. And then we signed it ourselves and put it on the public record. We took the war language out. That's the only way that a treaty can actually be enforced. We can't enforce a treaty that we haven't signed.
Right.
Islam, is that what was in the packet on the 47-page document?
Yes.
Okay, very well. So then we all can then do that as implored.
Yes.
All right. Very well. Islam.
We must do it, especially if you're invoking treaty constantly, because let me say this about that. When you rewrite the treaty, you will see that they are not party to it because they didn't even sign it. They're not party to a treaty. They're not a nation.
That part.
How many, and Nobility, I want to thank you for bringing up the treaty. I want to thank you for that because that's important that we know these precepts here. That have you ever seen that treaty with a signature on it at all? Even the ones that are supposedly in the quote-unquote Library of Congress, did it have a signature on it?
Only the seal and the signatories were Thomas Jefferson and Barclay.
Did you see their actual signature on there, or did it just say, was it typed in there?
The one that I have, it was typed.
The one that everyone has, it was typed because it never really happened.
Islam, I affirm. I've got a copy of it. There's no signature on it, just their names. Islam.
The heirs must sign it in order for it to even be the law. So it's not the law for anyone who hadn't signed it. That's why Moors are having problems with that thing going back and forth. Because see, when we rewrite it, we will study it. And when we study it, we'll see that they're not a nation. They're talked about as citizens, and it specifically says if there's any problems between Moors and citizens, the Moors are supposed to fix it.
Yes, it does.
That is how a treaty is enforced, is what we're doing right now. Our courts are fixing the issues between the Moors and the citizens / subjects. I'm just saying. So, Nobility, I know that it was not a coincidence that the ancestors had you to bring that up. We honor your work. We honor what you're stating. We want to ensure that everyone knows that the only way we can state that by a treaty we're not at war is we write a peace treaty. Because the one that's out there that everybody was saying, oh, that's y'all's treaty. No, it's not, because that's a war document. We didn't write that. We didn't sign it. And no one signs for us. We sign for ourselves.
Right.
And then you can take what you wrote and signed and notify state courts that they're not party to a treaty and that you're a treaty nation and that you're governing. Now, thank you so much for that, Nobility, because our ancestors are really, they have our spirit doing backflips and forward flips because of how valuable that information is. Especially when you're talking about what we're doing right now, the things that we're doing. Because, see, we just read to you some things we were stating on the public record in 2018. We have proof that they've been notified. Now, on top of all that we've done, we can now issue bonds based on our status, and no one can say they didn't know. Now, let me show you something here, Morris, because, see, this has been under our noses, and we needed to see this next part, too. Because, see, all of this information is working with us. Living Moorish Ancestor Writ Affidavit Bond. Did you know that there is in Black's Law Dictionary, there is a statement and a definition in there that is stated as remedy where ancestors are concerned? Let's take a look at that. This is ancient English remedy. We are the proof that our ancestors lived. We are our ancestors' return. That's why we have to sign the treaties and things, because our ancestors said, we're not even going to show y'all our signatures because it's not us that's governing y'all. You're governing yourselves, and we're within you. Okay? And that's why the ancestors did not leave a treaty out there with their signatures on it. I have a book with every treaty that went through the Library of Congress. I have 4 books, 4 volumes of treaties and international covenants. None of them have signatures on them. None. Not one. And so there's a term in Black's Law Dictionary. Now, we already know that no one has ancestors as old as ours. But it says here, mort the ancestor. Mort is more with a T on the end. And when you say mort like that, in their definition, it means dead, like mortgage or language or mort. That word mort on a mortgage means a dead pledge in the language, right? So all we do when we see these definitions is craft them and restate them. It says mort the ancestor, an ancient and now almost obsolete remedy in the English law. So they're telling you what the remedy is to anything that has to do with land. It says get a court together, have that court go look at the land, and when the court goes and looks at the land and sees that the land is ancient land, then the court can say, yes, this land belongs to this heir. So let's look at that. It says an assize of mort the ancestor. Now notice that they put it in all lowercase letters here as in the definition. It says an assize is a court. We'll show you that in just a moment. An assize of mort the ancestor was a writ which lay for a person whose ancestors died seized of lands in fee simple. Now that term fee simple, remember, they say that Prophet Noble Drew Ali put a fee simple trust in place. So let's see how that is dealt with.
In Chicago, yeah.
Yes, let's see how that's dealt with, and how, and this is proof that all Moors have the authority to govern the land. It says, which lay for a person whose ancestors died seized of lands in fee simple, and after his death a stranger abated. Okay, That means a stranger came in and tried to take over the land because the heirs hadn't stepped forward and said, we're the heirs. It says, and this writ directed the sheriff, that's us, to summon a jury, because see, a sheriff summoning a jury is, in ancient English law, if you look up the definition more, M-O-O-R, in Black's Law Dictionary, it's going to say a bailiff who can summon the court. Same thing. When you look up the word more, M-O-O-R, in Black's Law Dictionary, it's going to say someone, a bailiff who can summon the court to come together and to do things. And it's like 4th edition.
Copy that.
Online, actually. You can just look online, 4th edition online, it will say that. And this writ directed the sheriff to summon a jury. Now, there's someone directing the sheriff to summon a jury or an assize. A jury and an assize is the same thing, except the assize is actually the court. We'll show you that in a moment. A court that's doing things that a jury would do. And the assize, who should look at the land in question, that means 12 people come together and you meet. You look at the land in question and then recognize whether such ancestor was seized thereof on the day of his death and whether the demandant were the next heir. Now, you know this definition is a trick bag because our ancestors are not dead. We're right here. Here we are. We're our ancestors returned, everyone. Okay? Our ancestors are not dead. So now let's look at assize. Assize, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. Look now, Morse. It is an ancient species of court. Need we say any more about who is governing the land? An ancient species of, that means no dead corpse is supposed to be saying anything about land. Consisting of a certain number of men, and we looked up the word men. We looked that up. Because see, this right here is going to cause all of us to come together and start doing this for each other in the territories. This is going to cause us to come together and unify and say, hey, Justice James Bay has called an assize, a court, an ancient court together to look at some land that where he's already done the lien, the levy, he's done the bond on the land, he's done the title on the land, he's crafted a deed, and he's also done one final thing, which is an entry certificate. And we'll show you about that, a title, entry certificate, that says that everyone can come and enter the land and do this, okay? This is going to cause us all to come together. An ancient species of court consisting of a certain number of men, and by men they mean Moors. If you look up the definition of men, it means a male or a female, either one. It's men in the way that the Holy Quran says there never was a time when man was not. In Black's Law Dictionary and in most dictionaries, it will say, in order to see the definition of men, look up the word man. And when it refers you back to man, it's a species, an ancient species of being. Usually 12, but it can be 9. But we suggest 12 because we need to come together, not need. It is our will and our ancestors' will that we come together and govern the land. So we really should be having assize parties where we say, hey, Light has invited everyone to West, and we're going to have an assize party. We're going to go look at some land. We're going to see and do a court action on that land. We're going to record the court action. We're going to notify everyone, and then we're going to do what courts do where land is concerned, which is proper claiming of it. an ancient species, usually 12, who were summoned together to try a disputed cause, performing the functions of a jury, except that they gave a verdict from their own investigation and knowledge, and not even upon evidence adduced. Evidence adduced means evidence presented. So they didn't just look at the fact that we have title, the fact that we've done liens, levies, and all of that. See, that stuff has to be in place because that's part of the process. But these more, because see, you have to have, it has to be written. That's what an assize does. You can look that up. The law must be written. So they're going to use their own investigation and knowledge. And it says, and not upon evidence adduced. That means evidence must be adduced, but that's not what they're going to use. Evidence must be presented for them to even get them there. To even call the assize together, they have to see some evidence. That's what an Article 3 court does. We see the evidence, we look at it, and then we say, okay, this is evidence. We have this. We see it. We see that the land is properly proclaimed and everything, but we're going to go put eyes on it. And assize, from the fact that they sat together, they were called the assize. A court composed of an assembly of knights or other substantial men, that's men with titles. That's matriarchs and patriarchs. With the baron or justice in a certain place. Look up the word certain, because that means specific. That means that the paperwork must properly state where the place is. So that means it can't have a fake address. It's got to have a real land location. At an appointed time. The verdict or judgment of jurors or recognitors of assize. In modern English law, the name assizes or assizes is given to the court, time and or place where the judges or assisi or nisi pris who are sent by special commission. So again, Moors, the court to be invited to the state to state the cause, to investigate, to adduce. Adduce means to present. Okay, and then we talked about the word mort. The attaching or taking of movable goods and chattels called vif means living, and mort means dead, according as the chattels were living or dead. We state that the term mort does not mean dead, but we do speak to all things mort because we're alive. Are there any questions or comments about this term, the assize? Assize is what we have right now, what we're doing right now. This is assize. The ancestors are bringing everything full circle for us. This is something that no one out there was going to teach and show us this. We had to actually bring our spirits and minds together so that we can see it together.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
So, the seal that I found with Brother Nate last strong regarding the topographer,
yes,
post office, and it's been restated. Now, we had a discussion about putting it on all documents. And one particular I had wanted to put it on was the de jure financing lien. And because I know that the postmaster is a court. It's an office of court.
Yes.
So from my understanding, putting that restated seal on the document is by getting a stamp from any other court. And then an inferior court for that matter, because I've seen the restated ones that you've restated and so on and so forth. So to restate it and then put it from our perspective, and because I know it's a court, so I was just putting it out there and was, you know, putting for conversation sake and the affirmation, knowing that I already know what I know, but just to hear you and the Congress affirm that, you know, that it is a court stamp.
Yes. Yes, indeed. All stamps that we use are court stamps. We don't even speak. Our court does all the speaking.
And
for all more.
so for because it was stated that because it was a stamp for a particular purpose, and it shouldn't be on documents from our de jure perspective, like from federal Moorish Moroccan government. It shouldn't be on there. It should be for when we're doing our office duties, like from the Office of Attorney General or the Office of, you know, whatever, comptroller.
So here's, Empress, this is my suggestion based on even what we're talking about now. Once the assizing court has done their job, the topographer, see, before the assizing court even does anything, the topographer's stamp should be on all titles. And what topography is doing is stating that there's no fraudulent address where the land is concerned. There's no, because see, if people are calling an assize together, but they don't realize that they're using a dead address instead of latitude and longitude, or, you know, other descriptors up for the ancient land, then the topography is going to be wrong if they use a dead inferior address.
So because the financing restated de jure lien is a lien from the land, it would be, you know, advantageous, as the word I guess would come to mind, that we put that court stamp from topography, because we are stating that, you know, this is land jurisdiction and we are claiming it as such.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. Affirmed. Yes.
Islam.
On deeds and titles and land patents, all of that.
So essentially, because we are the land, so anything that we state, anything that we create, anything that we write, any spell that we cast is from the, you know, because we traveled today, right, and we was at a gas station, and it came to mind, like, the oil from the earth is our ancestral blood. Yeah. And we put it into these conveyances, and, you know, from the corporate era, you have to pay for something of such. And I'm just like, I look forward to the day where we all knowingly don't have to do that anymore. I mean, all of us, knowing that we don't have to tap into our ancestral blood and pay for it, to put it in our conveyance to navigate. Because
we actually should be using, it should be substance for substance. We should be using our sovereign dolarium, which is our creation.
Yes. For the exchange. Yes. Yes, that part I affirm. Yes, that part. The work still is being worked to get all of that, you know, manifested. And so
our ancestors are bringing things full circle. It's all coming back. It's coming right back to the ancients.
Yes.
Islam,
yes.
Yeah, Islam, and then the noble Islam, Noble Howard.
Oh, Shasha Anbe, and I would just like to know this topographer stamp that is being spoken of.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Where can I find it, or an example, or what's?
Here, Empress, I'll go ahead and pull that up. Any topographer stamp, you can create one if you chose to create one.
Okay.
And we actually have to create ours because
We restate.
restate them. Let's see. Some do them, have them looking like a notary stamp. Others have them looking like, let's see,
It's the
like the location of where they are.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. These stamp places generally have topographer stamps. Stamp more. Oh, wow.
Was there a congressional assembly then that I missed maybe that this was discussed, or is it just?
Empress Angel has a link in the chat. She put a link in the chat.
Islam, I just put the image that I restated actually in the chat. Can you see it?
I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. Wonderful. Okay.
And then a time stamp goes in the middle, like so you put the year, however you create the date and the month and the year, however, and that goes in the middle.
Okay. Wonderful.
That's my restated version of the original.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Empress.
for pulling that. I mean, I knew what you're talking about when you're talking topography, but I just didn't have a point of reference. So thank you.
Oh, would you, Brother Mutaz here, suggested putting the cedar tree somewhere in there as well. And so that could be a thing as well that symbolizes land.
Yeah.
I like the rings. I mean, which symbolizes land and the layers, but it also symbolizes. It looks like the rings in a tree.
Yes, it does.
So which is land, life, all of those things, fingerprints, the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Islam, I yield.
Islam, indeed. Islam, justice.
Thank you so much with all of us. Has anyone in this circle that
Yeah, he's
how do
going
you say
to
complete the Marriott? To actually complete it with the DeLorean. That's my first question.
With the Marriott?
Leaning it, levying it, but the fiduciary over the Marriott, for example, and you've already the instructions that I wrote along with our circle. The date will be this company, and we now control it through the fiduciary act, trustee, etc. So we wrote and gave them instructions go back will be accepted as a form of payment, if you would. We kind of hit to the so-called head from our office. We booked, if you would, or paid for a room through the postal office, at which we paid for. Mr. Sasha has been aiding me with that as well. So it's a waiting thing at this point. When successful, capture that. Mm-hmm.
So Moors are doing those demonstrations, and just as I stated at the beginning of this, we've not heard of anyone who didn't have success with the hotels. Oh, that's not true. We did hear of one, well, and they're staying at hotels, and so I can't even say they're not having success.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're staying at hotels, but they're what they were saying is that people were really loud, or and things of that nature. But they were still staying at a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
For an extended period of time, they actually lived there. So we've not heard of it not working.
Mm-hmm. Also, public, it's a company. So, same demonstration.
You faded out.
I also did the same demonstration with public storage.
Were you talking to me? I had my headphones on. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, go ahead. No
Kill. That's Brother Kill.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, public storage.
Islam.
Then the fiduciary, quote unquote, money to attain. Okay. So, because I am now the fiduciary over public storage.
Islam.
Oh.
And it does say public. It doesn't say corporation. It's public storage. That's really like public. Like the public treasury is. Yeah.
We wrote it as you shared with us a while back, the national public storage. This and so we put it together in our circle. What makes that? So this is why I was asking, in the general sense, in this.
You are so fading in and out.
It's horrible. It's hard. Feel better? Not a good connection over here.
Islam. Islam.
My favorite. Okay. Yeah. So I would just maybe, respond. They've done it successfully. That could aid us, which aids all of us, Moors on the land. Be better?
Islam.
Floor.
So has anyone heard of those demonstrations working or not working? I believe that was what he was inquiring about. Islam. So, listen, Moors, the only way that we will know for sure, because see, we know already that we know what the law is to continue doing what we've been doing. We've been demonstrating our IDs at airports and different places. We've been demonstrating things, and initially, when we first started demonstrating those things, there was something going on about the language that we were using and things of that nature. But now that we know how to demonstrate, we just keep doing it and keep getting the successes. And then if and I can't even say if it doesn't work out, because it always does, we just have to keep going. Because everyone knows we're right about what we're stating. We've done a demonstration, we've done several demonstrations that we had no, I would say 7 years ago, we had no clue that we had that much power and authority. We must do it. Because guess what? That other system is not, that enactment is done, it's finished. Money-wise, it's done. It's finished. And everyone knows that. Justice King L., did you have your hand up? Islam.
No, that was a hand clap for the statement that you just made about 7 years ago, because that is so true. I had no clue the authority and dominion that could be exercised through the prophet's teachings and the unity of the people, us Moors coming together. This has been a great journey for me the past several years.
Indeed. Myself as well, nobility. This has been a journey that there are no words that can ever completely describe this journey. It has been amazing, and we're only getting started. We just got started. And I'll say this too, that when the actors declare war, that means there's peace on our side. Just so that you all are aware of that fact. Because when the actors were saying everything was peaceful and stuff, that was, we were warring and didn't realize we were enacting war. We were enacting it.
You know, I'm glad you called my name, because I invited a gentleman onto the call that is from the Middle East. He's Jordanian.
Mm-hmm.
And when he went to vet out the DeLoreans for his consultancy firm to accept as a form of payment for a real estate transaction, he confirmed it before we even was able to do a demonstration that it was valid and acceptable. So it's just a matter of time before everybody is able to function in competency, like you said.
Yeah. It's the peace factor that makes everything else work in terms of our nationality. Our nationality, and see, people that are from other places, Jordan, listen, the actor that was acting as King over there, he knows, he and Nora, quote unquote Queen Nor, the actors, they know who we are. They know where all that authority comes from. And I will say that as actors over there at Jordan, they have been a stable, peaceful entity amidst a lot of war enactments and war theater. Jordan has, and so we appreciate the actors that were acting that out for us, because our history over there is just as vast, and our estate is just as vast over there as it is over here, and everyone knows who we are. We know who they are too. We know who they are. We hired them.
They actually want us to come and empower them. They recognize who the Moors are and what type of experience we have through the blood.
Yeah.
They are inviting us to come over there to the mountain that Moses got the 10 Commandments from, the river that Moses was thrown into as a baby before he was found by Pharaoh. They are inviting us to come over there so that they can get their status corrected.
Islam, if I may shed a little bit of light on that briefly, they also know that all of that stuff happened here first and was enacted over there.
Mm.
So when you look on a map and you look for Mount Sinai, the name might be altered just a little bit. They may call it Mount Si, like they do here. Or they may call it some other, they did what they always do, which is change the name, alter, put the name on the altar, because that's a ritual, and change it. But we know where we are and we know who we are. So all of that happened here. When they talk about people being taken captive and the children of Israel and all of that stuff happened here. Not way over there. It was here first, and guess what? Throughout the centuries, they've enacted all of that in those other places for tourists to come and see. But yes, Empress Gloria, Utah, yes. The Grand Canyon, yes. Islam. So Empress Camilla asked a great question. She said, what if you have items in storage and they demand fiat? What was the contract to get the items into the storage? What did you contract to give them? And you don't have to answer that. See, if the contracts are done properly, which they will be, those contracts, however the contracts start, is how they will be, they'll be dealt with throughout. And that's why it's important to do what we've done. We must contract properly from the very beginning, because there's honor in that. And I will tell you that the businesses and things are ready for us to do that. They're ready for us to do that.
Yes, they are, in a major way. That gentleman from the Oklahoma Territory, the royal subject that was on the call at the beginning,
Yeah.
they are ready, willing, and able to accept not only the delorium, but the terms and conditions of our status corrections as well.
Well, we must restate all of their everything that they bring. They may have an application for this and a contract for that. Just take that and restate it and then hand it right on back to them. Because see, they can't really say that what we're doing doesn't fit the system when we restate what they gave. Okay? So that is how all of that is done. Restate everything. Okay? So now they've been ready for all of us for us to do what what is necessary. Their businesses are waiting to honor all that we're doing. Okay? And they're looking for our money, not anyone else's. They're looking for ours because ours is the only money that's valid. And they already know they don't have to pay taxes on what we give them because we are not taxed. So with that being stated, I want to bring just a couple of other things to your attention. This word here, name, N-A-A-M, the attaching or taking of movable goods and items, called this. So it's going to be a living name or a dead name. We get to state that it's living, that everything that we name is living. This is another way to say N-A-M-E. I have a couple of other words here. Squatter, Islam Empress.
I just wanted to add, when you go back to name, or it says nam, nam is to eat in Patois.
Ooh.
And so the attaching or taking removal, it's like eating. It sounds like the same thing.
Yes.
So, yeah, I just wanted to add that in. And there's also another nam or nyama is another word for God too. So.
Yes. And even in Vietnam, that war was about life and name of the heirs. Vietnam.
Yeah.
Vietnam is actually French. It's not. It's French.
Right. V is life or
yes.
road or way.
Yes.
But that's yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And V and VIF are the same words here. V and VIF. That's French.
Yep.
Which is really ancient English, which is why the French don't even claim those things, because they're not really French. They're not really speaking French.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Islam. Empress Shasha, I have something before we go into this really quick thing about squatters.
Yes.
I have something that I saw for you. Let me just, because there's some really important information. In our last Congress, you were speaking about Cornwall, right?
Yes. Yes.
And a number to use for Cornwall.
Yes.
Okay. I did a little digging and a little searching. Look at what it says here. Cornwall, England's hidden treasure, program number 22431, RJ. Venture to the famous Foulmouth Harbor to learn about Cornwall's 4,000-year-old history from the ancient standing stones of Bodmin Moor. So you could easily use that number for Cornwall because that's actually the real, again, they took it from the Moors at Jamaica.
And the thing is, so but the program number is not it's not a tax number. It doesn't matter. It's just a number.
It's a number, and it actually is a tax number because that program is taxed.
Cornwall is the history of Cornwall. Cornwall is immense. I mean, I just dipped a toe in right after you brought it up last time, and so wow, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I saw it, and guess what it's called? It's called a Rhodes Scholar.
Rhodes Scholar.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And that's not even how they spell the other Rhodes Scholar. They stole it from that though. It's a lot of hypothecation and attempted subrogation there.
Homonyms and all of those.
And dead letter homonyms. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So I wanted to that is a number that you could use as well, because program numbers are account numbers. All they're doing is running funding through that number.
Thank you so much. Matondo Mamingi.
Indeed.
Falmouth, I dreamt about Falmouth the other day, and Falmouth is here in Trelawney.
Of course it is.
I haven't gone into my research as to, because part of the word is mouth.
Yes.
And so I know this, I mean, it's rolling in me. I haven't gone there, but that is, well, it's huge for many reasons. So thank you for that.
Well, if you put another L on foul, it's fall by way of the mouth.
Isn't that the truth?
So, yeah. And then look at the architecture that they put with it.
I mean,
really?
And if you look on Cornwall over there, it's the Duchy of Cornwall. In fact, after the one they called queen, de facto queen, who was never the queen, the nanny.
Yes.
They enacted giving William the Duchy of Cornwall.
That domicile.
Right. And
I saw that.
Yes, I mean, so, and these are things I wasn't aware of up until you said England, they achieved it. So there's so much. And that, it also goes back to the Etruscans.
Yes.
Went there, and I mean, there's just so much. And like I said, it's there and amongst my bonds to dive into. But yes, thank you for that. And that also, what you're also pointing out is that there are other numbers, that identifying numbers that can be used in place of a EIN or a TIN or.
Well, they will always have the same word. They'll always have the same word. So it's the same place.
Yes.
And so, like previously, when someone said, "Can you just pick a number?" We're saying no. Don't just pick a number. Research and find the right number.
Yes.
There are many.
There are. Yes.
Find the right one so that the system recognizes what you're doing.
Yes.
Because when the system sees it coming from you, it's going to automatically set it up that way and say, this is where that comes from.
Yeah. That makes absolute sense.
Yeah. And it's always going to lead back to us, just like this did. It led right back to the Moors, Cornwall, the ancient castles, the historic mines, and this number in particular, it's going to lead all of the documentation and paperwork back to the resources, the mines.
Yeah.
Like what we just read up earlier, how we put the rare earth minerals and metals and all of that on the public record. We have proof of that. All of that ties together with this.
With this, yeah.
So I saw it and I thought I'll just bring this up. And this building right here is thousands of years old. No horse and buggy did this.
Absolutely not. I mean, I grew up with buildings thousands of years old around.
Yes.
And then look at this, it says the stones of Bodmin, more, which is the land, which is the people, which is the history, which is everything. Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So all we have to do is just dig a little bit to find the connections, because nothing is random, and that's the point of saying don't just use a random number. None of this is random. It's all connected. Everything is connected. Everything was Jamaica is here.
That's it. It's all in divine order. It's
Yes.
all in divine order, and everything
Yeah.
is up in the air right now. Everything is in the ether, just looking for that magnetic attraction to come together.
And yes, but we must speak it in order for the frequency here to match.
That. And that's why the noticing, the speaking, the doing, the demonstrating, you're putting it out there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is beautiful.
So some of the things that I wanted to point out, in addition to what we've spoken about thus far in terms of names and chattel and the courts, Moors, prepare your assize or seizing courts, because really that word is assize means to seize. But because we're at peace, we give it another spelling and say assize court or assize court. So all that is 12 Moors, anywhere from 9 to 12 Moors. Let me put it that way, because 9 is the Supreme Court and 12 is 12 to 13 or however many is those with titles, because it's an ancient species of court. Squatter in American law. Now they're not quoting anything other than American law with this squatter piece, because this is the only place that squatting happens really. And I won't say that this is the only place that squatting happens, but it's the way the public lands were enacted being governing. So one who settles on another's land, particularly on public lands, without legal authority. The processes that we're doing and that we're showing are legal authority. Okay? It was that portion of our estate, the legal authority portion of our estate, that we were missing initially. And then some had the legal portion, but not the lawful portion. They were trying to do legal things in a dead system without declaring their nationality and knowing who they really are. So both must be together along with our bloodline and birthright, our courts. A person entering upon land, not claiming in good faith the right to do so. Not claiming in good faith means you're not paying the right. Faith is money, okay? Faith is money. So don't let anybody tell you any different about faith. Faith is not belief. Faith is what system do you know works? The other one doesn't. We know that, or we wouldn't be here. So when the Constitution talks about, it was changed, full faith and trust. Faith and trust means, what do you have confidence in? And then after that follows, put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. And that's not being snarky. That's truth. Put your money, not someone else's, because that's not real money. Your money where your mouth is speaking.
And it feels good too, Empress, like just to interrupt for 1 second, to be able to look at that $100 bill, Moorish sovereign Dalarian bill with your face on it. It actually feels good to use that rather than those dead presidents. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much too, Nobility, for the work that you're doing, because we wouldn't listen, we won't know until we demonstrate it. And now that we're demonstrating, we see that it's our money that is the real value because it's coming from us. And that's what the public treasury was all about and all of that. Private things, yes, we do private things, but it was the true public and not a corporation or a corpse that is real. That's the real estate. And then here, where persons are concerned, a person entering a land not claiming in good faith to do so by virtue of any title of his own or by virtue of some agreement with another whom he believes to hold the title. Does this not state that the title holder must have the say about the land? And we must be doing so in good faith. That means our own money, our own bonds. See, the bonds are going to be the key to delarium continuing to just flow all over the place. The bonds are the key to that. But you can look up mayor and mayor and council of city of Forsyth versus Hooks, 182 Georgia. I think that is 78, 184 Southeast 724 and 728. To find that if you listen, they were trying to state that we were squatting on our own land by not using our own money. Okay? And we're not squatting on our own land because that's impossible when we have our own financial systems to pay for things and to do things. That means that no one who is outside of the jurisdiction can say anything about what's going on our land. It's our job, it's our duty, it's our responsibility, our obligation, our opportunity. And listen to this, a squatter can never gain prescriptive title. That means scripture title, the scripture that you write, title, to land, regardless of how long he holds possession, since his possession is never considered as adverse possession. So that means that I don't care how long those actors have pretended to act, they will never have title to the land, never have title to the land. That we have that. Just by virtue of the definition of squatter. Really quickly, here's a quick question for this great Congress. Is there anything that an original indigenous sovereign cannot do? Now, this question, I actually had to give it some thought based on the definitions that I saw here, because it makes sense, and come to find out, we've been stating this truth the whole time. Just one moment. Just a moment. Is there anything that an original indigenous sovereign cannot do? Really quickly, Islam members.
Well, they cannot be dishonorable. And so that means anything that they do is to be honorable. So when you weigh the negative of the web of lies, then they can't operate in that, because we operate in the web of truth.
Yes.
So that's the only thing that they cannot do.
Islam. So you're correct about that. Islam Empress.
Well, I was just going to say, is there anything that they cannot do? No, there's nothing that you cannot do, but to can and may are two different things. So cannot do, if it's humanly possible and it can be done by the sovereign, then it can be done. If you say, because you could be out of order and in dishonor, but that's because of a choice and something you may do. But Is there anything that you cannot do? Well, a sovereign male could not have a baby. I mean, you know.
Empress, is there any question you cannot answer correctly?
You know, I may be taking it too deep now, but that
but you're right.
That's where I'm going to leave it. But that's if it's humanly possible, divinely possible, all of those things, then no, there's nothing we cannot do. We may or choose to do or blah, blah, blah. But anyway, I yield. But that's
Islam.
You know, with modern day medicine, now these sovereign males can have babies because they are having these surgeries and implanting these devices and ports into people nowadays. So there really is no limit to what can be done.
Nah, they would never be a woman, never have a womb, never be able to do it naturally.
Well, that's not a baby that they're birthing. That's a monster.
That's hello.
It's a cyborg.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress.
I'm printing out some Red Lobster coupons, Moors.
Islam.
Our national coupons are back online.
Islam, indeed.
Join me and get some food.
Islam. Had you used them previously, Empress? Islam.
No, this is my first time, but I've printed 7 of them out, and I'm going to invite some friends out to dinner.
Islam, indeed, indeed.
So am I hearing her correctly? You guys have successfully demonstrated with Red Lobster, and there's a possibility for us to extend the deliriums to them?
Lord, is that true? Answer the question, is that true for him? Because
they said that we could use the coupons before. You know, the Moors have been using them, but I didn't get a chance to take advantage of them then.
Yes.
So they have, let me see, they have the coupons showing the food, and then they have the national promotion where you've got to put in the tip, the original dish amount, the total redemption amount, and I guess present it to the waitress.
Yes, and you want to let your paperwork precede you. You do want to let your paperwork precede you, yes.
Okay.
And that's how we do business anyway, though. Whenever nobility is coming or going somewhere, we send ahead and let them know that the nobility will be in the building.
Okay.
Speaking of
sharing that out there.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Empress. So, in answer to the question of is there anything that a sovereign cannot do, listen to this definition here. It says the link age. This is the definition for the word age, because we talk about the age of majority and then the minors and so on and so forth. The length of time during which a person has lived. The time at which one attains full personal rights and capacities. In law, the term signifies those periods in the lives of persons of both sexes which enable them to do certain acts which, before they had arrived at those periods, they were prohibited from doing. As used in particular statutes, the term implies disability by being underaged or immature or incompetent to do the demonstration, and by definition has been applied to all minors under a certain age and to others disabled by old age. And when we say disabled by old age, that means we're 50 and 60 years old and we still are not governing our own affairs. That's called disabled. So what we're doing now by knowing the legal authorities processes. When I say legal authorities, we're the legal authorities. We're the lawful authorities, yes, but the system is a legal system. the lawful part of that system is the foundation for the legal system. That's why that last era didn't work out so well for us.
It's you know what?
Yes, Empress.
We are, age is a number. I'm 80 years old, and I don't feel 80 years old, but there are some issues that I have keeping up with this technology and stuff. I would like to be way further than I am in my Moorish program and paperwork and stuff, but you know, if there's someone that would be willing to meet me, maybe one day a week or something, and kind of share with me on getting through a whole process,
so
that I can really get done what I need to do.
Empress, you know, you're getting everything done. Your timing is perfect. You may not feel like it is. We all wanted this to be over yesterday.
I sure do.
You know, in terms of the things that we're doing, we're going to be governing for the next millennia, millions of years, trillions.
Okay.
So
I'm working on it. I'm getting a few things done. I may not be on top where I'm able to put it on the public record and all that stuff, but I'm getting there.
Empress, you're doing just great. You're doing just great.
I'm maintaining right now, and I understand that what I'm doing, I can redo and do the way it really needs to be done in the future. But right now, I'm doing it the old way, as old people say. I'm doing it like I knew how to do it.
Yes.
And I'm able to maintain, but you know.
Okay.
Like I said,
I don't see a problem.
Okay.
You're maintaining. You're maintaining. That's governing. You're governing the processes. And everything is staying right where it should be as you're doing what you're doing.
Okay.
That's the way this is done. That's what self-governing is about, is remember the process through study and demonstration, demonstrate at the level of your over and understanding, and then look at the demonstration and say, okay, this part of the demonstration, I see that there can be some improvement here. This part went great, and this part right here, according to the legal system, this is how this part should go.
Okay, well, I put something out there, and they haven't thrown it back at me. You know, I had to enter into learning the bankruptcy process and stuff, but I'm still sitting where I am, and I know this is my land, and I don't intend to, what they say, abandon it.
No.
They'll have a hard time making me abandon.
They won't make you abandon, Empress. We state that and affirm on the record that there will be no abandonment of your vast estate, and that no one will even attempt that, because you're standing and doing and being the ancestors that you are. We are our ancestors returned. Our ancestors made us some promises about this vast estate, that when we stand, that they would honor our standing, and they're doing that. Even by the words that you stated, they're doing that.
Okay.
Because, Empress, you've been at it for a while, some years.
I have. Going on 3 years now.
Yes. And guess what? If they had anything, they would have done it by now. They don't have anything with you. You know that.
Well, I put some stuff on record now, a lot of it.
Yes, you did. You did. As it's
out. I don't know if I have it on all of it on public record where it belongs, but I've sent out a lot of stuff.
When you send it out, that is the public record, because guess who you're speaking to? Subjects in the office of, and those offices are public offices.
Okay. All right, then. Y'all keep some prayer behind me. I'm working on it.
We're right there with you. We're right there with you. We need you with us. All that good stuff you're putting on the public record. Listen, the minute it hits that post office, that's public. That's a public building. Those are
really?
process. Yes. Yes. That's not somebody's kitchen where they can throw you out when they get ready. That's a public building. That is paid for through the public treasury.
Okay, let me share one other thing.
Yes.
I mean, I know it's important to put everything on public record, but I'm hearing some of the mowers on different programs say that you also need to, you know, when they were holding slaves, like they would put the stuff in the newspaper notifying people that their slaves was escaped and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Where they are saying that too, we need to put our names out, all the appellations that we have used. They should possibly go in the newspaper for 7 days and have them notarized by a notary. But my thing is, why can't I just print out all those names and have a notary notarize it for me?
Empress, you can do it that way, and we suggest that, this is our suggestion. Unless the newspaper is accepting delarium or gold and silver, we wouldn't put it in the newspaper. We would post it up ourselves on a platform where we don't have to exchange fiat for whatever we're doing.
You going out here, okay? I won't have a problem with that.
Empress, that's how we do everything that we're doing. I have not pulled out fiat and paid nobody to publicize anything for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. Even in my sleep, I didn't do that.
Okay.
Everything gets out there. Everything gets out there. You said what came up in your spirit, Empress?
It came up in my spirit just to type it out and have it notarized and hand it out and put it online wherever I needed to put it, etc.
Yes, yes. Did you know that you can actually go and just put it on the counter? That's the public record. If you put it on the counter at a county court, just put it on the counter. You don't even have to call them over. Just put it on the counter and walk out. That's publishing. Because listen, you're very powerful, Empress. Very powerful. And we're not bashing anybody that puts it in the newspaper for 7 days and pays $35 a line and la 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 la. We're not downing that. We're not saying that's not a good thing for them to do. If they're led to do it that way, do it that way. What we're stating is we're not going to keep supporting that type of a system when we can not support it and put our own system out.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Now, I have a notary seal, one of their notary seals. How do I go common law with that under the Moorish system?
When you stamp it, add something to it, like a red ink signature or a blue ink signature, and then if you could change the color of it, you could do that. But if you can't change, like get a red ink pad instead of a black ink pad.
Oh, well, I have all three of them, really, the blue, the red, and the black.
Empress, you're the government over there. So just do what you do. That's why you're still in place, because you're doing what you're doing.
I had someone call me and say someone referred them to me to do a notary seal, and I wasn't sure that I could do it with the one that I had. The way, the traditional notary public thing.
So look up the terms, and this will just give you some support for what you're doing. Just remember what we did with the corporate logos, because see, the one who issued that stamp is bankrupt.
Right.
You're the creditor to that bankruptcy. You're the creditor to that bankruptcy. According to fiduciary laws, and according to attorneys in fact laws, and according to estate law, the creditor can use whatever means possible to recuperate their credits, that is owed to them, including, and mortgage companies were doing it in the last era. They were enacting it in the last era all the time. Just automatically from day one, taking people's signatures and doing whatever they want with those signatures. Adding the signatures to stocks and bonds, putting it on, calling it subprime mortgages, and then reselling it with all those signatures that people agreed to do that. Well, this era, because we've declared them bankrupt, all corporations were declared bankrupt. That includes the state of wherever that thing was issued from. They're bankrupt. So just put it in blue or red and use it as you will.
Okay, so then I could make up an affidavit declaring myself the creditor and declaring them bankrupt. And then record it. Do I record it in our court and their court?
Your court first, and then you notify theirs. You don't have to record it with them. Don't give them any fiat, because that's going to corrupt everything you're doing.
Okay.
You just mail it to them and state that they've been notified. Just like we did at the beginning initially. When you see all of these numbers, let me just show these numbers again, Empress. All of these tracking numbers that we showed here in this document that's sitting out on the public record for years, been out there now. With all these tracking numbers, the tracking numbers are proof of proper notification. Here they are on the screen as soon as they clear up. There it is right there. See, this states that all we did was look and see, were they received? Yes, they were received. And we put the date that they were received, or the date sent rather, and the tracking. And then we went back, of course, and checked to see that they had been received, and then that's how we made this list here. But these tracking numbers are account numbers, Empress. They're the creditor's account numbers.
So that means if I send funds, go back funds out to someone, they don't send it back to me. And I've got a tracking number to support myself.
Yes.
I'm the creditor, right? And they've been paid, whether they want to receive it or not. They've been paid.
They've been paid. They don't have any choice in that matter. Okay. Now, Empress, this is our suggestion too. Whatever contract that started that back and forth must be restated as well. So that will support your use of the dollarium in that transaction, in that exchange.
Okay.
So restate the contract, and in there'll be something in the contract that says how payment is made. Just make sure that you put lawful money and legal tender. And that's gold back more sovereign dollarium, according to the Constitution.
Thank you.
Islam. And listen, Morris, we're doing these same demonstrations in our own life. We're doing all of these same demonstrations.
You know, those people I had, they are trying to, they try to steal our property, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just didn't realize they would go to such an extent. All the stuff they go to, like I sent funds to pay off things.
Mm-hmm.
Several people sent it back, but all of them didn't. A whole lot of them didn't send it back.
Mm-hmm.
And they had in the bankruptcy system, one transaction, this one company got about 300 or 400 pages in there up under me. And then when they want you, they say, if you go in the system, you got to pay a fee. Not only pay the fee, you got to pay 10 cents per page to read everything. And if you want to print it out, you got to pay for it again and all this stuff. I'm not going to all that.
No, don't do that. Empress, let me tell you the quickest way to get something on the public record, and this is for all Moors, because this is how we did it too. If you want to get something on the public record, go to the city website, city of wherever, or county of wherever. And whenever the next time they call themselves having a meeting, email some documents to them. Just email them, Moorish documents, where and say this is for that meeting. And guess what? They have to publish them.
You kidding?
I am not kidding. They have to publish them.
City of Flint, this is a notification.
Calling something talking about a city council meeting and that they're quote unquote taking public comments about it. Well, not only are we the public, we're the public treasury where they're getting their funding from. So yes, we have something to say, and it's going to be stated in ancient English on our documentation, and then we may do a city document as well, because we know we're the mayors and all of that.
Islam. Does it have to be an actual live meeting though, or can it be a previously recorded one?
It can be whatever you choose for it to be. I did not attend anything like that. I didn't attend that stuff because that's not for me. That's for them. I just looked at it, and we didn't know that our documentation had been published. It's these documents right here. We didn't know those documents had been published until 2 years later. 2 years later. We know, though, that they have to publish the stuff. We know that.
Oh, so by going through that public way through that meeting, all that information goes on record.
Yes. Yes.
Glad I opened my mouth tonight.
Yes. Indeed.
Islam, I affirm. Gratitude.
Islam, I have a question. Is Facebook still recognized as public record and admissible in the courts? Because that was something that I was told previously, that just posting something on Facebook makes it a public record.
Well, let me ask you a question in order to assist you with thinking that through. If you put a threat on Facebook that's saying that you're going to do some heinous something, can it be used against you in court?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Record.
Because it's public. And then people who thought that email was private and all of that stuff, it's not, because it can be used against you. And when we say used against you, that was in the last era's enactment. In this era, we're the court, so we're not going to use our own words against us. We're going to keep moving forward. But you get what we're stating.
Well, listen at this. When I was thinking that I was going to have to go through some court procedure and all that stuff, I plead the fifth. Every word come out of my mouth, I plead the fifth.
Empress, do you know what you were really pleading?
What?
You were pleading the takings clause. That means that your stuff is not theirs. That's the Fifth Amendment.
All right now.
Means that they cannot use an all-cap name against you.
That's right. And remember who else used it?
Now, we put that on the public record.
And Trump's son used it when they tried to interrogate him. They lost count of the times he did it so many times.
You know what? And he's an actor. He's doing is saying, "Hey, y'all better use that." If you know, but we don't even have to. You know, we're the court, so who we plead to? Ourselves, each other. So we just put it on the public record. You get it, Empress. You get that.
Right.
That's what I said. Empress, you already know what you're doing. The Fifth Amendment, really?
That's my lifeline.
Morris, we got this. Well, Empress, that's what I'm saying. We got this. The Fifth Amendment is the takings clause. This Congress has already put that on the public record, stating that everything is public unless we say it's private.
Yeah.
You have eminent domain and eminent dominion over your domicile.
And I mean, the ancestors gave that to me. One morning I woke up and it was just like this. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got the Fifth Amendment.
Now, what can be used against you? Nothing. Because you hadn't said it. You said you're not going to say anything.
They put all kind of stuff out there on record. I sure changed a lot of files down in that deeds office.
You know you did. You know you did. Because that's your office. You should be changing files down there.
Is the Pauline Failure shit show still going on tonight? Failure, grand failure, grand.
No, you have the right to do all of that.
I know. They defend themselves.
You know, Empress, listen, they're going to need to know how to do that, and they know how to do that if they're doing actions that are not proper and lawful and legal.
Yeah.
You know? And again, listen to me, Moors. We're not at war with anybody.
That's right.
We're not at war with them.
That's right.
See, right now things have turned, and they're going to be having to plead and throw themselves on the mercy of the court and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
We're the court.
Mm-hmm.
But see, again, continuing to be the court at fact is not just de jure, but in fact as well.
Okay.
By continuing, Empress, you're so beautiful. Thank you for turning on your camera.
Thank you.
I love it. We both got our blue on today too. Come on.
Yeah.
Indeed. So, you know, Moors, we got this. It's not even a deal. And we can claim our ancestral inheritance. Mort the ancestor. We're rewriting and restating that because our ancestors are alive. But again, an ancient species of court. And listen, here in the definition, it says it is a remedy. It's a remedy.
An ancient and now almost obsolete remedy. Okay.
And we stated in ancient English.
Did you put it in the chat?
What, this right here? This is in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. I'll put the link to Black's Law in the chat. How about that?
Thank you, beloved.
Indeed. Black's Law, 4th.
Wow. It says that it is a remedy. That is awesome.
Yes. But all it's doing, nobility, is pointing to the Moors as the ancient court. And it's through our ancient court that the remedy. So even with Empress Aisha and the property situation, 12 Moors, 9 Moors go to her property, look at it, investigate it, and then create a title, an affidavit, create an affidavit of assizing, or a season, affidavit for a season, stating those whoever came to their who looked, that's called eyeballing. You eyeball the land and say, yeah, this land belongs to you, Empress Aisha. This structure belongs to you as well.
Yep.
And because we have done our own investigation, and then you send that to here, this is the link that we're putting in the chat to the Black's Law Dictionary that we look at regularly on a regular basis. There is even not law, but definitions in here. And again, these definitions must be restated by us. They must be, because they got some corruption in them as well. Because they were not written by us for this edition, even though we wrote the original Black's Law. We wrote that one, the original one.
Islam, you had mentioned earlier about an entry document that you was going to mention.
Yes. Thank you, Empress. I was headed there next. Thank you for the reminder because, as you know, sometimes I do get ahead of myself. This question here, does your person live, with regard to this age piece right here? Because does your person live? That means your person must be created alive and living by you. Okay? Ways to do that include you restating the birth certificate. That's a way to create your person living. I restated and created the birth certificate that the frauds were enacting. I restated that and recreated and made it brand new by my own hand and by my own creation. That means Pauline Denise Ritchie is a living person and not a dead person. That is how you determine who has the rights, the personal right and capacity to talk about Pauline Denise Ritchie or you or, whoever, govern your estate from that perspective. Does your person live? Have you created, perceived, and conceived and birthed your person? Okay. Always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. We know that. Our overstanding means that we know that our person must be created by us and no one has the authority to speak about our person.
Right.
However, we can do all things through the Christ energy who strengthens us from in between. Now, Empress, I'm going to skip down to the part that Empress Angel, let's see.
Islam,
this is some things that we were going to show you. Yes.
Before you skip down, that's where the phrase "let the dead bury the dead" comes from. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yep. Because we can't even create anything dead. We can only create that which is living.
That's because we are living.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, we were talking earlier about title to the right to enter upon lands. First, Moors, we give our person the right to enter upon lands. I'm creating a title for entry as a certificate that's going to say that Pauline Denise Ritchie has the right, the sovereign authority, because she was given that authority by God, which is me, to enter upon these lands and govern these lands and receive of these lands. Okay? I did one of these for the post office as well, and I sent them a right for entry document, affidavit, that says that we have the right to enter the building at any time, however we choose. And then I entered the building. Okay, that was the demonstration that I did about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, and I entered in full life as impropria persona sui juris and as Postmaster General, and presented my identification as Postmaster General. And we'll show you what that looks like, because that was where the one came from the back.
I knew that.
Was from entering anyway, the back, and do some inspection back there, because Delarium is being issued throughout there. Our stamps, our money system is activated there. So we use our own stamps, our own trust, to get our documents back and forth. So we have the authority to enter. And she had a point, so I didn't press the issue of that our stamp, our badges must look like their badges, and she knew what that meant when she said they have to look like ours. Well, they don't have to look like ours, because they changed theirs. When she showed me the badge, it did not have U.S. Post Office on it. They had it spelled out the same way that we did it a few weeks back and showed. They had it on their badges, spelled out United States Post Office in blue, the same way that we stated on the record that it should be. So she was right. I didn't have my badge that day, but of course the ancestors had us go home and do the research and do it and present. So the next day we presented a copy of the badge, but not the actual badge. We'll present the actual badge in just a few when the ancestors say, okay, now present the badge.
Yep. So we can do what I want to say. We can do something well enough to make do until we get the real thing.
Well, Empress, whatever it is that you make is actually the real one. Because, see, they were the ones faking documents and IDs and stuff. Yours is real when you create it. That's the real one.
I guess what I was trying to say, if we want to make an improvement on it later, we could.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. And we will.
Okay.
We will. Yeah. That's what the Grand Rising is we're just getting better and better at the things that we present. The realness of our land, the realness of our authority. It's all real. The stuff that we were looking at in the last era is the fake stuff.
Yes, because, there's a difference between lawful and legal.
Yeah.
Anything legal, you can find a way around it, but you can't get around anything that's lawful. That's the real thing.
That's right.
Empress, I'm so glad you said that, because even their legal wasn't right, but it was the only thing the system was seeing until now.
Right.
That's why we're doing these processes. Because, see, we got the lawful part down pat. We got that. That's a wrap. It's a wrap with that. That's our nationality. That's our bloodline and birthright, our authority and all of that. That's natural. It comes naturally. It was the legal processes that was keeping us from access to our vast estate. And so now that's what the ancestors had us focus on completely. Once we got the lawful and we knew they had to honor the lawful, then the ancestors said, okay, now get the legal part. The legal being the money system, the legal being the documentation and the process by which the money is used, because we weren't taught how money was used in that last era. Or else we would have all been as wealthy as Oprah.
Well, has anyone came across a book that really kind of teaches you how to do that professional accounting the way it should be done?
We're actually writing the accounting practices. Now, Empress, I have studied GAAP accounting and things of that nature, which is just the process that they use. A lot of that stuff is not necessary for us because of our lawful status.
Okay.
So what we're doing is condensing everything into smaller, more simplified portions so that we can all do them. Because they put a lot of colorability around the truth of those processes.
Okay.
To hide the fact that they're not lawfully authorized.
Okay. Now, on our side, are we allowed to use securitized instruments like promissory notes and bills of exchange and things like that?
Yes, we are, and I'm so glad you said that, because that was one of the things that we were going to speak about here. Empress, you're reading our mail, okay? Here, really quickly, the first question that I had for us is, what is a promissory note?
It's something that you write and you promise to cover it.
Yes.
A promise that it will be covered in the future.
Yes. Okay. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Empress. Now, who issues a promissory note? This is important.
Anyone can issue it, can't they?
Yes. Anyone can. Empress Camilla is close to where we're going with this. She said the creditor issues a promissory note. Not really. The debtor issues the promissory note because it's a promise to pay later because they don't have it to pay right now. So that is why they were taking, like whenever you sign for a mortgage, they would remove the promissory note from the actual mortgage and send them in two different directions. Mm-hmm. And one would be sent in the direction of a creditor and the other would be sent in the direction of a debtor. So they would hold you to the promise, but send the mortgage to the corporation so that the corporation can put it on the stock market and be the creditor of that mortgage. That's how they were doing it previously.
Yeah, but they were telling us that we were paying a mortgage note. A mortgage note is a dead pledge.
It is.
They were investing that money, and we didn't know it. And if you didn't read the fine print in that mortgage, you wouldn't know where it went, because where we were sending the money and they were investing it, we were supposed to be getting something back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed, I don't know how much, it would depend on how the contract was written, but we were really supposed to be drawing our money off of that money that we were sending them, say every quarter, every 6 months, annually, or however they paid it.
Right.
And we never got that.
So the entire amount of the mortgage was actually supposed to be credited to our account. The entire amount.
Exactly.
So now, Empress, thank you so much. What is the opposite of a promissory note? Since we know that the signature on a promissory note puts someone in debt, that's why they had a mortgage attached to it. What's the opposite of a promissory note? What should we have been doing?
A letter of credit.
That's one of them, yes. Absolutely. Yes.
Bill of exchange.
There it is. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I almost said that.
Yes. A bill of exchange is the opposite. That's what we should have been issuing regarding mortgages. So a bill of exchange, and what I did was I Googled the opposite of a promissory note is, and it said a bill of exchange is issued by the creditor and orders a debtor to pay a particular amount within a given period of time. The promissory note, on the other hand, is issued by the debtor and is a promise to pay a particular amount of money in a given period. So they were doing the same thing that state courts were doing, where the state court would switch their identity and at one point be the trustee and then turn around and be the beneficiary. Right? So what we're doing now is we can do both because we're governing the entire process. Now, Empress, Aisha, these two things right here is things that we're adding to the process because we enacted those processes with mortgages before. Now we're just putting it in the proper jurisdiction so that our delarium payments are honored.
Okay.
So a bill of exchange is issued by the creditor and orders the debtor to pay a particular amount within a given period of time. They owe you the amounts that you've paid for the mortgage. They owe that to you. Okay. However, we don't want their fiat.
So they have to come to our court so we can issue them enough money to pay us what we're supposed to get.
When you sent them the delarium, that was giving them what they needed to pay you.
Okay.
And so the account should have been zeroed out.
A bill of exchange.
That's a bill of exchange. Because then you're giving them substance for substance. Mort sovereign delarium, we specifically stated, and our treasury accepted, the gold coinage that we sent and said, this is what's backing our delarium. Okay, so once we did that and we've provided that number the number of the delivery and the proof that it was accepted, then automatically a bill of exchange should issue that goes with the promissory note that says this promissory note has been paid. Here is the exchange, and here's the delarium with the bill of exchange and the promissory note.
So
you
you
can
just
send them a copy.
You just mentioned something that I was, processing in my mind and then you restated it again. That tracking number, which is an account number, correct?
Yes.
So because that account number has been properly stated and is properly noted, and everybody knows that is that account number attached to the bond, attached to the treasury, attached to everything that we have been doing. So that would mean to me, and I'm just talking this out right now, that number would also go on our letter of credit and or our special status deposits, then correct?
Yes, of course. And see, Empress, what you're saying right there about letters of credit, a letter of credit and a bill of exchange can serve as the same document.
Okay. So then also, because I was processing earlier, in regards to, exchanging for domiciles as well, and or activating our accounts at any institution that we choose, because we looked at TD Bank, for instance, and they deal and speak with 55 Water Street. And because we've taken over 55 Water Street, by virtue, all brick and mortars are ours.
Yeah. Well, it's all public housing. Yeah. It's all owned by the government, and then all we're doing is stating that it's being claimed and proclaimed.
Yeah. So the documentation thereof is being stated and sending it notification-wise that, this account, sovereign account number restated, because we all had them, I'm sure, because I know I've had several, and I've restated them, leaned them and all that. And then now that this is that, we can then go ahead and have our special status deposited into our account.
Islam, indeed.
Right. Because it's a registered security.
Okay.
Say it again, Justice James.
It becomes a registered security once you issue it.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying about, I'm putting the link in the chat to the video. It's only about, the video is 13 minutes and 50 seconds, which is the number 9, where we put the number, where we proclaimed the number where the gold was sent to the Treasury. That number is say it again, Justice James, what that number is?
A registered security.
A registered security number. And we restate all registered security numbers. But again, the post office is bonded. So anything that we do by way of the post office is bonded by us. So it's a registered security number with our bank, our post office. That's what bonding is all about. Okay, now let me put a couple of other things. I'm just going to throw it out here. I don't know where you're going to go with it. I'm going to catch it in for, okay. When we create that birth certificate, it should be created on bonded watermark paper. I don't know how the Social Security card, what it would be created on. But both of those things have unlimited credit, unlimited finances on it. So how will our government take and use those two instruments? So here's what we have done to give us our $100 million that we have in the bank. We restated that number and called it a state security number. Same number, same sequence, just no minus signs. And we created a state security card that we've shown you all in previous videos. That state security card, and then we showed you our birth certificate that we created and bonded and put our watermark on that. And it's attached to a $100 million bond.
Okay.
And then we notified the subjects in the Office of Vital Statistics. We notified them and sent copies of that to them with the bond and all of that, stating that this is that we have $100 million here attached to this because we're the creditors. Then what we did was we notified Experian, the subjects in the Office of the Credit Reporting Agency, because they were actually supposed to be keeping track of our credit, not debt.
Yep.
And we were to report our credit to them. So we did that. And so from that point, Empress, we can take those registered security numbers and send them out stating that we have credit, and here's the registered security number that can be used in order to pull from the Treasury.
Okay, now they called it, the one that they attached, I'm not quite sure what they attached it to, how they came up with that CUSIP number. How will we formulate out? Could we just reverse that number on the Social Security card and let that be our CUSIP number?
Or you can use the number as it is. Now, I've seen in the Code for Federal Regulation where some people reverse that number and use it as like an account. They reverse the Social Security number and use that as an account, which it doesn't work in the last era. It didn't work for any of them. But you could do that if that's, because again, that is a private number. That's a number for you to use, however you choose to use your vast estate. That number can be used in conjunction with the public treasury, just so that they know that it's you, So however you choose to do that, our thing is, Empress, this is our thing, is that when you look at the number, you know where that number came from. That's why we say don't use random numbers. Don't just make up a number. It must make sense to you, so that through all this documentation, when you see that number, you can say, well, this number it came from this place, and this is what it's used for.
Right.
Okay.
Because those two digits in the middle, like mine is 68. And according to their policies and procedures, when you see that number 68, it represents trust. Yeah. So use the number as they have it in their system. Use it just the same. It's all accounted for.
Yeah, but she said take those minus signs out of it.
Yeah, take that.
Right. You take the minus signs out, but the number 68, as it's in their system, represents trust. It's for them, like she said, to keep proper accounting and to be recognized as who you truly are. They know who you are, and that's why they assign you that kind of number, saying that this person is in trust.
Right. Well, I think the whole group maybe needs to meditate on that word trust. Ooh. and make it mean something to our government, because that word trust, you can't get around it.
You cannot get around it. You know what, Empress? And trust is built by way of the processes. Yes, we trust one another, but what they didn't tell everybody is that when you trust, whatever system you trust in, that system is going to do what it does.
Right.
Based on you knowing that system works for you.
Full faith and credit.
Full faith and trust. See, they changed it to credit because they didn't have trust. But it's full faith and trust and credit too. But it's full faith and trust first, because our credit is derived from our faith and trust in each other.
Full faith / trust.
Yes.
Full trust / faith.
Yes.
Yep, and in the Most High. Yep.
Yes. And because we're the Most High. Period. And our trust in each other and our ability to put a system on the public record and say, this is the system we're using. Because, see, we may not see today at this moment the conveyances and things of that nature that we stated, and we don't see it today. I don't have that conveyance in my driveway. It's not out there yet. When the system is competently put on the public, and all we're doing is adding things to it and making it so that our trust circle is not broken by a process from the last era.
It is our system.
It's our system. It's our system. But we have to use it competently for it to work for us. I know in my knower that the conveyance will be there shortly. I know that. Why? Because they keep saying, you didn't get your conveyance. You didn't. That means it's coming. If they're saying that, that means it's coming because they're trying to use that. So we know it's coming. That's not an issue. The issue is the system.
Because we done the real thing.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And what we're seeing too is that as we do these bonds, the ancestors are saying, when you do the bonds, do them in lots. And this is something that that they've been putting. We've been stating this for a while, but they've really been putting some emphasis on. For example, my cell phone broke. Now I can't even do Google Duo. Believe it or not, this thing, it still rings, even though the face has broken off of it. It still rings when people call on Google Duo.
Right.
But it's time for me to get to finish the demonstration regarding cell phones. The ancestor said do it in lots. Do 5,000 cell phones at one time. So that way, as the Moors as the Moors demonstrate, that 5,000 for that bond will be given. You know, our bonds are the numbers are so vast that it just does not make sense to do one bond for 662 trillion for two phones. The ancestors was like, no, like, think big. Think big.
Well, you know, if we have to governmental wise, you make that many. If the Moors are not going to use them all, set up something like they do. Sit on, you know, similar to that. They sit on the street and give them away to people that need them.
Yes. Yes. Indeed.
I don't know how they finagle the money part of it. You know how they take care of that, but I think it could be done.
I know how they do it.
They withdraw it from our vast estate. That's what they do.
Of course. They've been on our backs all the time.
When
they appropriate it under the general welfare clause. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nobility.
When you voluntarily give up that number, which is, as the sister stated, is private. It's not supposed to be given to be put in the public, because that's how they go through their entity and their papers into the treasury and start to withdraw, and they say, oh, this was voluntarily given to us, and they voluntarily appointed us to fiduciary to act on their behalf and trade these securities and sell this and sell that. And you're like, well, no, I didn't, you know. And,
okay, I'm going to throw one more idea on the table, and then I'm going to close my mouth for the evening.
Come on, Empress. Keep talking. Come on, Empress.
Yeah. We have a lot of our people that have been wealthy, and they are no longer on the planet. My spirit is said to me that we could take all those mansions. Some of them are even empty. Nobody is living there because their families couldn't afford to keep them going. I would like to see the government come in and we could purchase up some of those mansions and redo them and keep the legacy of those people going with whatever it was they were interested in. For instance, Aretha Franklin.
Yes.
Could take those mansions and refurbish them and use them for something similar to, but not Airbnb, places like that.
It can be a memorial studio to her where musicians can come and make music.
Yes. That's just kind of like plastered in my spirit. I would really like to see our government do something like that.
You know,
and keep, at the same time, keep whatever it was they were doing, keep it as a, well, like you say, a memorial place.
Yes.
For what they did also, so that coming generations could learn from them.
Yes, we can honor them with a memorial place that meant something to them.
Right.
Yeah. Empress Aisha, woo-hoo, Islam. Islam.
Set the date when we, we can convene.
Yes.
And, assize the property, and
yes.
So all we need is 12 people. So 12 more than that is it.
Yeah. Yes.
Detroit. I was watching something on YouTube, and I think the mansion is up for sale. They are remodeling it.
Mm-hmm.
They are fixing it up so that they can sell it, and I know the price have been reduced. I don't know how much.
Mm-hmm. So our government would have to restate the documentation regarding that place and do an assize or a season court and, make it happen. I will say this about that private and public piece that you mentioned. With regard to the private and the public, the reason that they would say, well, the private is not supposed to be in the public, they only said that because they were the ones using the private information to get to the public treasury. Because that's what the public treasury does, is it takes the social security numbers and matches up a program with everybody who needs something. And then they say, okay, this is for the public. This is for everybody. No matter what your social is, no matter what your name is, your status, whatever, this is a public program for everyone. Everyone can participate in this. Or they would take the demographics, the identities of those persons, and craft a public program and say, okay, this program is for everybody who lives in a certain area code or zip code. Or this is for everyone who's under the age of 25 in these states. This program is for you. Or if you were born between 1957 and 1973, this program is for you. So they would.
But it's true. It's true.
Yeah, so they would take the information and they would say, okay, private people, y'all can't use this information in the public. But they only told you that because they were using it.
That is true.
And then they would funnel that information to a corporation that does solar panels or a corporation that does food programs or provision programs or something of that nature. And then all their friends would get paid from the Treasury every time one of us came in and showed our ID, our driver's license and social security card. That's how that works.
It's true.
But guess what?
Islam Empress.
I'm going to throw you one more jewel, and I'm not going to say anything else. Because, when things start to move, look like that energy just comes.
Yes.
When we transition from this life to another, there's what's called a death certificate.
Mm.
That death certificate is just as important and just as valuable as when you first put your feet on the ground from your mother's womb.
Mm-hmm.
So there should be some type of attachment. I mean, we can take notes. I'm not saying we got to rush into all this stuff, but it's just some ideas that was just kind of flowing to me. And that I understand the other side have used and are still using.
Yes. You know, Empress, this is the thing about that death certificate piece, just really quickly, is once we start going into that direction, Empress, you already know we're going to start living forever in these bodies because we're going to be restating things. And when we restate and change things, then the office of the dead is no longer applicable. Remember that word that we looked up? And let's look it up really quickly since I have Black's Law Dictionary open right now. The word is not that one, nobility. It's this one, M-N-O. Just M-N-O. Right? Let's see. Let me show you this word really quickly. N-O. Okay. Just a moment. Really quickly. This word is, here it is. Right. Just a moment. Here it is right here. At the top of the page. A funeral solemnity or office for the dead. See, that's an office. It's an office. And if that office is vacated or no one's in that office or someone takes over that office and abolishes that office, then there can be no more dead. It's also the anniversary office. See, it was supposed to be an office for the living at first. For the living to go from being living in one form to being living in another form. That's what it was supposed to be. And that's what it is today. We state that for the record, on the record, and letting the record show. Because of what we stated about that office probably a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So, Islam.
If I may add.
Yes.
And also, you get the, according to the Task Rule Enforcement Rule 220, it states for all memorials, and a memorial is also for the living as well. Memorial is for the living as well.
Yes.
Living past. It's a continuation. That's why they put the trust is in perpetuity.
Yes. Yes.
All right now.
It's passed down from generation to generation to generation. It doesn't die, it multiply.
Yes.
All right.
Indeed. Well, there we have it. There we have it. Well, if it passes down from generation to generation, see, that's where mortgages came from, is when people started talking about dead this and dead that and dead the other. But we don't die. We know that. We are our ancestors' return. We know that too. So then what's the purpose of a mortgage? So what we did was we looked that up and we said, okay, first mortgage, the first in time or right. First in time or right. That's what it says right here in Black's Law Dictionary regarding first mortgages. The first in time or right is the creditor for that. So we should have been, like I said earlier, Empress Aisha, that was supposed to be going into our account. And so the first in time or right of a series of two or more mortgages covering the same property and successively attaching as liens upon it. Also, in a more particular sense, a mortgage, which is a first lien on the property. Well, who has first lien on the property? That's why we had to do liens. We have first lien on the property. Not only as against other mortgages, but as against any other charges or encumbrances. That includes utilities. Our first lien is actually, and we can spell mortgage a little different way. We can spell it with 2 O's instead of 1, so that it states properly what it should be. That we have that first lien. That includes anything, light bill, trash, and all of that. And that's a demonstration we have to finish up, because we've been doing that demonstration now for about 5 years. But we've been so busy we haven't finished it, and the ancestors gave us piece by piece how to fix the things that we saw. So now with our bond process, look here, first mortgage bonds. Bonds the payment. It bonds the payment. Now, this is where Delarium comes in at. When you bond the first mortgage, you're bonding the way that mortgage is to be paid. So it bonds the payment, of which is secured by a first mortgage on the property. Our liens are the first mortgage on any property. Then we do a levy where possession is concerned, and then we do a bond. And you can even call it a first mortgage bond according to this case law that's stated right here. Bank of Atchison County versus Byers. Korn versus Williamson. And so these are some processes and procedures that we wanted to bring forth too. Mortgages, it has a good side and a bad side. It can be a dead pledge or it can be a living pledge.
But
either way, yes, nobility.
It tells you exactly what it is. And as you can see in the reading of the Black's Law Dictionary about having 12 Moors do the assignment, it says the first Moor, that's what it's saying, the first Moor bonds the land right there. The first Moor, the first Moor to step upon that piece of claim, that piece, it tells you right there the first Moor. They just added the AGE.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? That is brilliant, nobility. What you're doing, what you've just done and explained, and the wisdom that you put on this public record, all you've done, nobility, which is magnificent, is bring the spirit realm and that which is lawful into the legal. You're bringing them together. They must be together in order for this dimension to honor it.
Yep.
Our nationality must be with the paperwork and the proper process. For the first mortgage to be honored, and a season or an assize of Moors must come together and say, yes, this land belongs to the Moors, not even based on the mortgages, but based on what we see here. Mm-hmm. Yes, the mortgages and stuff must be addressed. They must be properly rebutted by these processes. It's not real. What's that you got? Oh, I thought you were showing us something.
No, I was just taking a picture of the thing.
Yes. So this is where bonds come in at, Moors. A bond, what we're doing with the financial processes is we're creating that symbol for infinity, the 8. We're creating it so that it cannot be ruptured. It can't be ruptured. It can't be interrupted. It can't be bankrupted. It can't be all type of rupture. It can't be any of that.
Right.
And every time we add a new something to the process like this, and we rebut what they were doing, corrupted, yes, that was the word I was trying to think of, Empress Camille, thank you so much for that. It can't be corrupted. When we do this, then that's yet another layer of protection for us, for all that we're doing. We must rebut those mortgages, the dead pledges, with a living pledge, a living affirmation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the bond process is so important. Because now we're bonding the way things are paid for. Let me just say this for the record. The bond process, the ancestors introduced us to the bond process the way that they did and in the order that they did after we demonstrated successfully the delarium. Because we're bonding the payment methods that we're using so that that cannot be corrupted. It can't, no one claiming to be an IRS can come in and do anything. No fake policy enforcers can come and say anything about kicking doors in when they're not bonded into the process.
But you know what it also says, Islam? It also says exactly what the treaty says. And check it out. The first in time or right of a mortgage of two or more, whether two or more are gathered together, there the ancestors are in the midst also.
Yes, indeed.
So, you understand?
And that more means Moors.
That's right. Covering the same property and successfully attaching as liens upon also. In a more particular sense, a mortgage which is a first lien on the property, not only as against other mortgages.
Against other mortgages.
Wow. That means no burden, no molestation, no duty, as the treaty says. But as against any other charges or encumbrances as well.
That's including people trying to do light bills, gas bills, waste management, and all of that. We can pay with delarium because we've bonded our form of payment. And we did the first mortgage, because, see, that's what the lien is. Islam Empress.
We don't have to, I mean, we can do that too.
Yes.
But I think we can, like when you bill me and there's two parts to that bill.
Yes.
Like you can take this, it's going to take too much to explain it today. I'll share it next time.
Empress, we know where you're going. You were going to write something on there, weren't you? On that piece that you, okay, go ahead, Empress. We right here.
Well, the bottom part of that bill, you take and you pay your utilities, pay your bills through your trust, and the top part of it would be a bond, and you could take and reinvest that bond to make money off of it.
Yes.
And of course, it would pay the bill. Say if the bill was $500, when it gets back to you, you would have the 500 plus double that, which would be what, 1,500.
Yes, right. Empress, yes.
And you know what? Submit it back to the Treasury.
Well, we'll go back to the Treasury, but it would be on your books too.
Yes.
I think.
Yes. We must keep our own books too now. We have to, because we have, it's called, we just said the word up there at the top.
General accounting?
No, the word, it is that. We must do that, proper recording. But the word is adduce, to present. We must present proof of what we're doing.
Right.
Now,
Islam. I just want to say that opposite was deduce. They deduced something.
Yes.
And we adduce.
Yes.
Because we add.
Yes, indeed, Empress. This is my trust. That's my trust also. Private trust. And see, what they were doing with light bills, gas bills, and car notes, so on and so forth. Why would they even call it a car note? That means it's a debt, because they call it a note.
Right.
Pauline Denise Ritchie, that is my creation, not theirs. That's I created her by my fiduciary statement.
Right.
So again, when you're talking about mortgages being in this name, that's a credit to my trust.
Right.
So it's important that we restate, and again, the fiduciary document, I can't say enough for it, because what it's doing is stating that we're the creditors to all of this. And that way they cannot use their black, dead Pauline Denise Ritchie that they create, or made rather, in the image of the Lord God, you know, because they were attempting to do that with all of us. This one is not, that's not real. It's dead. Okay. Whenever you see these brackets, that's a casket. Okay. That's not a trust. That's a debtor trust that they take the debt. We take the credit. Okay. And then when we pronounce the living and we create the living anew and give it the proper color, instead of it having color of authority, it has actual color in it, then we have created our vast estate and one of the conveyance methods by which our vast estate receives. Right. Anything that we receive. Okay. In closing, or in concluding rather, this particular meeting, I just want to show you this tree in my backyard that has red and green leaves on it. For some reason, they turned out super red and super green this year. This tree, the leaves are absolutely looking just like our flag. So we have some other things that we were going to present this time, but we'll present them at our next Congress. We try to keep the time for the Congresses at a decent time, but we do know also that thing that was pretending to be Congress, they met every day for hours, every day. That was their job. And so as we continue to move forth and to proclaim and possess the things that are rightfully ours, we will, we may even introduce a third day or time for Congress so that they don't go so long, you know. So with that being stated, are there any other question, comments, wisdom from this great Congress?
Yes, Islam.
Noble Howard.
Yes,
first,
yes.
and then, yes, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Much better. Islam and tactical and victory to all on this call. I'm looking for the assistance of the restated 56 and the 1041T. I think that's it. If you could possibly make that available, maybe through Sister Sasha, or I'm attempting to finish this package and get it through the post office and get it to the Treasury.
So our suggestion would be that you restate it, that you pull those forms up and restate them according to whatever it is that you're doing, so that you know exactly what's been done on there, exactly what they say word for word, and that you have governed the restatement of it. That's our suggestion.
10-4.
Okay. You said a 1041T and the 56 what?
The Form 56 fiduciary forms.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's not to say that if you have them, don't send them to them. Please, by all means, you know, you all can. You're sovereign. We just know that it's very important, especially where we are right now, that each process that we do, we know that process inside and out, word for word.
That's right, because they sure know theirs, and they won't let you get away with nothing that shouldn't be in there.
Yes, Empress.
Sometimes it's good to have to go through stuff because you learn by having you gone through it.
Correct the record.
We know that from firsthand experience. We just had to break down and take the time and do it.
Right.
And it turned out to be so worth it. I'm telling you, it turned out to be so worth it, because there was nothing that they could come back and say about this, that, and the third. Some people think that things are easier and different over here. No, it's because we went word for word through each document.
That's right.
And they can't come back and say that we don't know it because we know it.
I got you.
We wrote it.
So is that why our scripture, the Biblio says, eat the scroll?
Eat the scroll.
Eat it.
You are what you eat.
Wow.
And the more you eat it, the better you can get at it.
Come on now. Come on. You'll start looking like a scroll.
True that.
You know, the old saying is we make our own heaven and hell. So
Yes,
I know that's right.
This
Come on,
is
Elder.
heaven. I proclaim and affirm that. This is heaven.
All right.
That's right.
The trees are proclaiming that this land belongs to us. Yeah. Indeed. With that being stated, is there anything further? There was someone else who had something that they were going to say.
I had a question for you. I saw that you did pretty much you did the forensic, where you got the 999 credit profile number.
Yes.
That's a part of the package as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If your spirit is leading you to include that in your package, yes, by all means do so.
Oh, it's a must. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the forensic.
Yeah. There's some documents that we have not put out on the public record yet. We were awaiting this time period. And so over the next few days and weeks, as we continue to demonstrate, we'll put those documents out as well. Our ancestors did not miss a beat with us. They will give us all keys to all parts of the estate. All we have to do is keep our energy clear. Keep our energy clear, and they'll keep filling that space. With that being stated, any other statements, wisdom from this great Congress?
Islam. Your time is not taken for granted. This has truly been time well spent, and we appreciate you greatly.
Thank you, nobility, and you know that that's mutual. You know that we share those sentiments among each other. Indeed. Empress.
Yes, Islam. What would be the difference in using the numbers from the red labels and the green labels for our bonds? The registered mail versus the certified mail.
The difference being registered mail is considered domestic. And because we're on our own land, we're stating that the post office, since we bonded it and it belongs to us nunc pro tunc, we use domestic labeling for ours. The green one is domestic. The red one, that one is specifically from the United States. But again, we've bonded the United States, so they can be used as well. That's the only difference. Is one is from the public and the other is from the United States, which is really one and the same.
Okay.
And one of the other differences is that when you do use the register, you can use the register number because it's registered with it's a UPU. It's a universal postal union number.
Yes.
It's international.
Yeah.
And when it's on that trucks, when it's on the post office trucks, that box is locked and separated from everything else as well. So it's actually a UPU number. It's universal.
Yep.
The number is universal.
Yes, that's a great question. One is domestic, one is international, but for us, the earth is ours. So, that's why we state that you can use either one. We used the international one to send things to Berne, Switzerland when we did what we did there because we wanted an international, we willed to have an international account. That international account and those international accounts, because we have three, a minimum of three. We really have way more than that. But the three that we proclaimed and placed on the public record that we showed you earlier, those accounts, we use those in terms of the Bank for International Settlements and things that have to do with the International Monetary Fund which is ours. All of those are restated as ours. Okay, that the debtors cannot have banks and funds and things. So we had to restate that. Islam.
I would like for you to kind of like maybe explain the word just a little bit, the rescission process. Okay. Reversing something like they started using my name the way they use it. If I want to reverse that, what's a quick way to do it?
Then restate it. The quickest way to do it is take whatever document they restated it on, and if you have the capacity to scan it in, and then just start changing and adding color to it, such as blue or red. Add those colors to the document and just change it however your spirit says change it, because your spirit will tell you the right way to do it. Okay. The word rescission means the following.
Reversion, I guess.
Okay. So rescission means to take back. Reversion means to change it back. There's a difference between those two. One of them, a rescission, the root word is the same root word as scissors, rescission and scissors. Mm-hmm. That means take it and cut it out, take it back from them, give them the rest of it, but you take back that part that you say is yours. That's what rescission is. Mm-hmm. Reversion means the whole thing is coming back to you. Okay. And that's how you write that in there. Okay. You know.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Empress. Let's do a quick definition of rescission. The root word rescission and recess are the same thing. Recession, right here, rescission and recession, same word. The act of ceding back, the restoration of the title and dominion of a territory by the government, which now holds it, to the government from which it was obtained by cession or otherwise. Okay. So when you do a rescission of your signature, that means that you're restoring your signature back with the proper authority.
Okay.
Islam. Any other questions, comments, wisdom of any kind from this great, grand, amazing Congress?
Islam.
This is also your definition here coming from Black's Law, 4th edition?
Yes.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Islam. Okay. I have a quick question on the bonds, and you on the list. We're bonding the city, the county, the utilities, yes, the various, and you also stated to bond our offspring, our sons and daughters. And I'm
not the sons and daughters, but they're the names.
They're okay. So I'm and
that they own.
The names that they own. I haven't got there yet, but it's a thought in my mind. How is that? I can't quite see it on the documentation, if that makes sense.
So in order to get to the bond process, what have we done first? We did a lien and a levy. For all, yes. Okay. So what you're doing with the levy is you're reclaiming all property that was using that name. All property that was using that name. Because the property, Islam.
Social Security, birth certificate. It's the same process I would have. Okay.
Our processes stay the same. They're not varied because the capitalism was the same.
And then because I had somewhere in my mind, maybe I heard it, maybe I imagined it, was that, once they're a certain age, they have to do it themselves.
Yes.
So I really, technically, they're of age. My sons are of age. But I did lean their Social Security numbers. I did, but
okay.
I can't do anything wrong necessarily.
No.
I'm sovereign. So
okay.
Yes.
I'm just going to have to go where I was going to go. I was going to save this for later.
So they're at the age of majority then? Already.
Yes, they are, exactly.
Even when they're at the age of majority, we can do what is called standing by documentation for them. In other words, nunc pro tunc, we can restate their birth certificates because they were going based on what we said in the first place anyway, right?
Right.
Standing by is where we say, well, let's just read it. Used in law as having knowledge or knowing knowledge that it is our duty as the possessor of that knowledge to communicate it. It is such knowledge and not the mere fact of standing by that lays the foundation of responsibility. The phrase does not import an actual presence, so we don't have to necessarily be with them where they are. But because we know who they really are, we have a duty to stand by them by restating the documents.
That statement is so powerful, and it's the truth. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that we were going too long, and I wasn't going to bring this up because it was next after the tree thing, but I said, well, we've gone this long. This is what we're talking about with regarding the assistance of our brothers and sisters, any that are incarcerated, any that, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, we can still assist them because we have knowledge.
That's key. Wow.
We have the knowledge.
Stand by me.
Yes, that's what that song was about, you know. They were hinting.
When you're not strong,
Come
I'll
on.
be your friend. I'll help you carry on. So
there it is.
Knowledge
and wisdom go together now.
Yes, they do, Empress.
Yep.
And then we have to put our actions with that. Empress, Sasha, keep on going. Come on. We can go on after that. Woo! Woo! Listen, we because we have this knowledge that we have, it is our responsibility. See, what we're doing is actually claiming the responsibility instead of leaving them out there. Yeah. We're claiming it. We're saying, yep, we got some knowledge, therefore we're taking responsibility for the foundation of everything they do.
And bonding them out.
And being charged. We have a charge to do.
Yes. You know why? Because they're still considered minors at law.
Right.
Yes, or disabled.
Right. They're not able to do because they're not
that they can not do.
That's right.
It's our job to do it.
We must.
If we love them, we'll stand by them. When
and God forbid anything happens, they will still be charged because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and guess what? If we have it, we got to tell it. Yeah. So that because if we don't tell it, then it's our problem.
Right. Then it becomes fraudulent concealment. If you know.
And we're out of order.
We're out of order.
And
now you know why they keep trying to interrupt and shut folks down and make it look like ain't nobody listening and all of that. Yeah. Because they want us to be quiet, and we're not. Go ahead, Nobility. Justice James, you come on.
Yes, the proverb says, Proverbs 17:17, iron sharpens iron.
Yes, indeed. Yes. And here they acknowledge a fact that we're standing by. It's a fact. They know we are. But it's our responsibility to say what we know. It's our duty of the possessor of the information to communicate it. That's why we won't shut up. And Empress Shasha, since you asked the question, we put a couple of things together for Moors that are detained. Send a notice to quit acting. Notice to quit acting. Now let's just take a moment and look at notice to quit so that you can see that we're not making this up.
Wow.
A notice to quit acting.
Wow.
What is it? Because we're the state, we're the law, we're the government. And we have information that can assist. That's why we won't be quiet. That's why they, listen, all of that interrupting and stuff was to keep us from getting here to this point where we can actually speak for one another. And we're not speaking for them, but we have a responsibility to stand by them.
Right.
So
And
let's
if
look
you-
at, yes,
Yeah.
go ahead, Nobility.
That was the purpose of me asking you what edition was this, because the editions have changed, and I like to go to the original.
Yes.
Changing of the so-called changing of the guard.
That is truth. See, a notice is information, right? It's just information. That's what a notice is information. It's the result of observation, whether by the senses or the mind. That's why notification is a part of the law. Due process, notice. Give them notice. Okay?
So it's all
Knowledge of the existence of a fact, not a crime, not any of that, a fact, or a state of affairs. Okay? Now let's look at really quickly. I wasn't going to go here, but we might as well since we're here. Let's just look at this part right here. Notice to quit. KLMNOP. Notice to, well, there's a notice to admit, notice to plead. No, there it is, notice to quit. When I saw this, I just about fell out of my chair. It's a written notice given by a landlord to his tenant. Come on, landlords, lords for the land, stating that the former desires to repossess himself of the demised premises, and that the latter is required to quit and remove from the same at a time designated, either at the expiration of the term if the tenant is under a lease, or immediately if the tenancy is at will or by sufferance. Now, when we said sunset, we didn't really give a date for the sunset, you all, and they took that term and ran with it, and I saw news quote-unquote enactments where the actor Gavin Newsom said that he was going to put something out there where they're going to start building apartments, quote-unquote, on church property so that there won't be any homelessness. And you know why he said church property, right? Because that's where we granted the foreigners that they could have that, they could use that property for a while. We granted them, the Christians, the church property. So he's saying, well, the homelessness is because the Moors have said that people cannot be squatting.
You gone silent.
That they are building the sunset for that program will be 2026.
We couldn't hear you for at least for 30 seconds.
Okay, and that's because the ancestors don't want us really talking about the actors because they're actors.
I could hear you though.
I couldn't.
In the beginning.
So here's the statement that is most important out of all of that. The term is also applies to a written notice given to the tenant, given by the tenant to the landlord, to the effect he intends to quit the demised premises and deliver possession of the same on a day named. So at any time we can tell the actors, you've been sunsetted, notice to quit acting is immediate.
I like the fact that this took place in the Northeast Territory, in the dominion of the empire too.
Yes, yes. Now, I'll say this about that. The way that we see this manifesting is demonstration by demonstration. So as we demonstrate things and we see that, okay, we got a good firm hold on this, so notice to quit acting. Notice to quit acting. Where courts are concerned, they can definitely notice to quit acting.
And
because our courts are active. This is what?
All remedy, by the way, too.
All remedy, stating that we know that we're the law and we're the government. I found something else here, standing mute. A prisoner arraigned for treason or felony was said to stand mute when he refused to plead or answered foreign to the purpose, and this is where ancient English comes in at. Whenever you answer foreign to a purpose or after a plea of not guilty, would not put himself upon the country. That means you're not going to cover the fraud.
Plead the fifth. That's what the sister said earlier.
You know what? And it's not even a plea for us, because plead means they use that term because that's what they're supposed to do. But we command the fifth. We command it.
Or affirm
Not only that, we're the court. So they better be pleading.
We affirm the fifth.
And when we say they, that's anybody that's being unlawful and illegal on our land. Okay? He would not cover or put himself upon or protect the actors pretending to prosecute him while pretending to be the country, because they're not even the country. So, you know, answering foreign to the purpose, that's why they would be getting interpreters to come in. But when we did our POW court demonstration, because we were using ancient English in our writings and everything, they couldn't keep us. They could not hold us. We were saying in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We were stating oldin olderan unilid misit imagadolderan, which is Turkish. We were stating things in Latin and things in ancient English. We never spoke corporate dead English, not once. So they couldn't hold us because they didn't have any interpreters that could interpret what we were saying. That was a key. And even when they took our writings were written in ancient English, so they couldn't use that either. So they had to do what is necessary. Islam Empress.
Can you go back to where you stated on this screen here, the notice to quit, that information that you had?
Yes, right here.
Right there. Thank you.
Also, send a copy of a bond. Don't send the actual bond. Don't send the original. Send a copy of the bond for the nobility, stating their sovereign-born appellation given by mother. Don't, because a lot of times Moors want to use the L's and B's in those situations, and it's not really appropriate. We actually should be using the sovereign-born appellation, because that is our proper claim. And then our offices is the L's, B's, Al's, Ali's, and D's. That's above that level. It's the national and international level. Okay, but you can use them. We're not saying it's wrong. All we're saying is for that particular type of a demonstration, I stated that I was Pauline Denise Ritchie, in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, and pro. That means they can't use that. Add a peacefully standing by statement. Add a peacefully standing by statement which properly identifies the titled noble or empress. Do not discuss subject matter. Only state the proper identity and that the living United States has full jurisdiction, and use these terms, because these terms, you can look them up in Black's Law Dictionary. Full jurisdiction, full custody, and full possession. That means there's no interest by foreigners.
Oh, thank you. You gave me an absolute right.
Indeed. Empress Rosetta's question: can we issue a notice to quit using sleepy Moors? A person who swore an oath should respond. Empress, if your spirit says to do that, by all means. Indeed. You have the authority to use the laws that you craft and create however you choose. You're the law, you're the government.
And it's common law, it's common sense.
Yes, indeed. And so one last thing, and I said one last, standing, because see, we talked about standing the other day, and they had switched the definition to mean standing in a court, which when we say all rise and stand, that's exactly what it means for them. For us, standing is this, but with our own, of course, our own language. One's place in the community in the estimation of others, his relative position, and social, commercial, or moral relations. So when we speak to each other as empresses and emperors and nobles, the nobility, the law, the government, and things like that, we're acknowledging, continuously acknowledging one another's standing. We're even doing that with the subjects. When we say that they are standing subjects, that means they're not dead. They're not dead. They're living subjects. One's place in the community, in the estimation of others, or in the assessment or in the investigation of others. Investigation just means what you see with your eyes. I recognize my brothers and sisters as the nobility, the government. That's why you will not hear me call someone by their sovereign-born first appellation. It will always be Empress Aisha, Empress Shasha, Empress Angel, Empress Rosetta. We say, Noble Phoenix, Noble, because that is a court. It's a court acknowledgement, a court acknowledgement, a court affirmation that we're all standing together. Islam.
It's your honor.
It is your honor. Yes, indeed. That's a good one there. Noble Justice, Great Grand James Bay. Indeed.
Islam is. Yes.
So, with that being stated, if there be nothing further, we stand by our own brothers and sisters. We stand by our subjects as well. That covers everyone at Earth.
Oh, you just gave me an ultimate remedy. I'm going to have to write that up tonight.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We are present at all times on our land. Even if we say I'm leaving, we're not leaving the land. We're still at the land. So let's not get that twisted. Let's put that on the public record right now. No matter what words we use, we will not ever leave our land. We never have left our land. Islam. With that being stated,
achievement, we do not acquiesce.
We're right here in our ancient format, in our ancient bodies. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Peace, Islam.
Peace and grand
Islam, peace and grand rising more. Islam, peace and grand rising more.
Indeed. Indeed.